Everybody may be seated. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for being here on time. Sorry we started a little bit early, probably caught you all a little bit off guard. Again, remember, if you need a break, something's up, let us know, just raise your hand. Make sure you're comfortable. We need you to be able to hear and see everything. You should have taken your lunch orders, right? We'll try to take a break around noon, but in between then, now we'll take another break this morning at some point too, when we get a natural break. So I think we were just in the middle of the direct examination of Sergeant Valencia. If you want to, let's re-swear you in since it's a new day, and we'll go from there.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
So Sergeant Valencia, I am handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 13 through 37 and State's Exhibit. Regarding yesterday?
Yes.
Are these true and accurate copies of those photos to the best of your knowledge? Yes.
Okay.
This is what's been marked by State's Exhibit 13. And Sergeant Valencia, I am handing you a laser pointer instead of making you stand up like we did yesterday.
Okay.
as you testify, would you be comfortable and willing to point out things that are interesting and explain it so that we can create a record for the jury?
Yes.
Looking at Exhibit 13, can you point out, or is the body of Mr. Phillips in this photo?
Yes, it is. Mr. Phillips' body is right in this area here, covered up by the white sheet.
Has he been moved at this point?
No, he has not.
So is that his original location?
Yes.
You said something about a white sheet. Can you remind us, was that how you found him, or how did that get there?
No, that was placed on there. I'm not quite sure who placed it on there, but it had been placed on there to cover him from view from traffic from County Highway M and to protect him.
Yesterday, you described the positioning of the body. Can you describe how the sheet is laying on him?
The sheet is just laid across portions of his body. You can still see some of the portions sticking out. His body is slightly sticking out from the snowbank in this area.
Asked to show Exhibit 14. That snow mound, I guess, can you tell us what this is?
This photograph shows the feet of Mark Phillips, the snowbank that's behind him, and also partially to his back. This is the residence. Here is the man cave, and then here is the garage area. This portion is a driveway that circles back around to County Road W, or the other portion of the driveway.
The mound of snow on the right-hand side, are you able to estimate how deep you think that is?
With the snowfall that year, I believe that was easily over 4 feet.
Does it taper off towards the driveway?
Yes, it does.
But how deep is it right before it hits the rest of the driveway?
Very minimal snow accumulation there. It snowed overnight. I'm not exactly sure how much that is, but it's minimal snow there.
Asked to show Exhibit 15, and Your Honor, this does show part of the body, but not the face or anything. Is that Mr. Phillips?
Yes, it is.
Is this at about the time, has he been moved at this point?
Yes, he has been.
Can you point out any indication, or is there any indication of where he was prior?
He had been in this area over here to the left of the photograph. That's the indentation or imprint made by his body as the snow had melted, and he laid there.
And did you remove the white sheet at this point?
Yes, it had been removed.
Do you notice anything, or can you point out anything about his clothing?
His clothing has several rips in it in this area of his pants. They're in different directions. This is along the belt line, and this is in the along his legs, or parallel with his legs, so to speak. And there were noticeable gaps or rips in that denim material.
Did those rips occur while you were moving him?
No, they did not.
Was any part of him frozen to the ground in a way that, I guess, you had to, for lack of a better term, pry him off of where you moved him from?
Yes, he had, his body temperature had melted the snow there, so it had sunk into the snow a little bit. You can see the areas of his legs where those areas were stuck to the snow or frozen to the snow, as well as his hands, but his core had very little sticking. It was more around the edges.
Are you confident, though, that you did not, or someone who moved him, or see those tears occur from pulling him from his previous location?
Those tears did not occur from moving him.
Asked to show Exhibit 16. Is this the same photo from a different angle?
Yes, it is.
Asked to show Exhibit 17. Can you point out in this location, or can you show in this location, can you see in this where he was previously, or do you know that?
Yes, this area in the lower left portion of the photograph is where his final resting position had been, and you can see how the snow had been pushed and or melted for him to drop into that position.
Where those 2 feet are, is that the edge of the shoveled snow there?
Yes, it is.
Does that comparison give you any idea of the depth
Of the depth?
of the snow in the driveway versus the shoveled snow?
Here, I think this gives an indication of at least the ground level where the snow has been melted. I would estimate that's probably 4 to 6 inches there.
Okay. And did your pointer, did it go back to the spot where you had previously moved Mr. Phillips? I guess,
sorry?
where did you point? Can you describe it? Because I actually asked you something
Okay,
different. Sorry.
this area here is the imprint that was made by his body as the snow melted. And you can see the ground and then the snow edge above it.
Asked to show Exhibit 18. Have we already talked about this? The structure?
Yes, this is the garage over in the center of the screen. This is the man cave building over on the right side, and then there is a trailer parked in the driveway as well.
And did you or the crew you were with bring that trailer, or was it there before?
That was there beforehand.
Asked to show Exhibit 19. I don't have any questions about this. Is there anything you would like to add about this picture?
I guess I'm going to object as to the vagueness of that question.
What, is there a specific reason why you're showing?
Your Honor, I'm making a record so that we can go through it line by line. I'm saying I don't have a question at all, vague or otherwise.
You might want to identify it.
Can you identify this photo?
In this photograph, this is of the garage. Here are the 2 main garage doors for vehicle entry. This is a side door for personal entry.
Asked to show Exhibit 20. Can you tell us what we're seeing here?
This is a view from farther down into the driveway. This is the residence on the right side. I mentioned yesterday the birdhouse and the tree that were inside of the snowbank area between the driveway and the house. Here is the garage that we saw in the previous photograph. The man cave is farther behind the residence. Here's a snowbank running alongside the driveway, and at the very end you can see the sheet and it's a portion of it extending into the driveway.
Is this the W driveway?
Yes, it is.
And did you indicate that you can see the sheet that was covering Mr. Phillips?
Yes, you can see the sheet right along the edge of the driveway as it extends out past the end. The coloration of the snow is a little dirtier, and the white sheet is much more white than the surrounding snow.
At this point, are you able to say whether that sheet is still covering him?
It is still covering him, yes.
And is this this is before or after the body was moved?
This is before the body was moved.
Asked to show Exhibit 21. What is this a picture of?
This is a picture of the east side of the residence, or the other driveway, the M driveway. The M driveway runs, again, in a southerly direction, but more at an angle. There's a tree line to the east of the residence that you can see on the other side of the vehicles. In the background is a squad car, and then I believe there's a portion of County Trunk Highway M that's in the very, just past the squad car. In addition, there's a camera located on the corner of the house here.
Does that tree line go all the way down to the road?
Yes, it does.
Asked to show Exhibit 22. Is that the same camera you just described, or a different camera?
No, this is the same camera that I just described being on the corner of the house. In the background, you can see County Trunk Highway W running from right to left, and then running more from the right corner upwards is County Trunk Highway M, which runs north and south.
Asked to show Exhibit 23. What is this?
This is a photograph of the west side of the house between the W driveway and the residence. This is County Trunk Highway W running from right to left. This is a Paul's towing vehicle right here. Here is the tree that we had talked about earlier, as well as the birdhouse. Right here on the residence is a small camera, right where my laser pointer is at.
Is the tow truck, do you know what the reason the tow truck is there for?
The tow truck was there to remove the truck that was possibly involved.
Ask to show Exhibit 24. What are we looking at here?
This is another view of the western side of the residence. Again, running generally from right to left is County Trunk Highway W. In the background is County Trunk Highway M. There's a residence kind of in the middle background of the photograph. Again, here's the birdhouse, the tree, and then the camera on the western side of the residence.
Is that the W driveway?
Yes, it is.
Ask to show Exhibit 25. What are we looking at here?
This is a portion of the driveway. In the background would be the structure that was identified as the man cave on the northern side of the property and the house. These are tire tracks from the vehicle that had been removed, in addition to a tire track in the middle. And this area with no snow would be the area where the vehicle had been parked.
So that is where the truck was parked?
Yes.
Do you recall what direction it was facing?
It was facing in an easterly direction, which was pointing it, if you were to travel from here, you would travel down the M driveway down to near the intersection of County Trunk Highway M and W.
Asked to show Exhibit 26. Can you identify this photo?
Yes, this photo shows, if you look in the lefternmost portion of the photograph, this is County Trunk Highway W, running east and west. The residence is the white building in the photograph, the larger building. In the background, you can see the man cave. You can also see the vehicle in its parked position before it was removed. Just over the top of that, you can see the garage, or the east side of the garage. Where the car is parked here is the M driveway, which runs down to County Trunk Highway M and W.
Are you able to say the location of, I guess, the nearest neighbor or residence to the Phillips home?
I'm not exactly sure of the exact distances. What I had saw yesterday, this area over here where the pine trees are, where my laser pointer is, that's approximately 175 to 200 yards from the house, and there's a house behind that. There was also the other house across County Trunk Highway W in the background that we saw in the previous photographs that was back in the distance. I'm not sure of the distance from that, but it could be several hundred yards.
Asked to show Exhibit 27. What is this?
This is an overview of the general area. This right here would be the Phillips residence, which would be in the upper right-hand corner of the photograph. What's labeled as Jostad Cooley Road, if you look on Google Maps or anything like that, it would come up as Jostad Cooley Road, but that is also County Trunk Highway M. Running from across here, I know it's labeled, you can see a W here, but it says M here. This is County Trunk Highway M that runs across the full length of the correction, it's County Highway W that runs the full width of County Trunk, or pardon me, of the photograph from right to left. That is County Trunk Highway W. This is Dokabakan Road here, which is in the area of the pine trees from the previous photograph. And then you have several roads that run off it and a small subdivision here.
Traveling, if we were to, from left of the screen to right of the screen, is this the route we saw you take yesterday when you arrived on scene?
Yes, it is. I would have entered from the left side of the photograph, traveling east, along County Trunk Highway W. Along this route, I slowed right about Dokabakan Road. As you could evidence from my video, I slowed there where you could see the photographs of Lori and Mark in the snowbank as I slowed and approached, and then turned into the driveway on the western side. You don't see it very well here, but this would be the W driveway here, which then loops back around near the intersection of County Trunk Highway M and W. That would be the M driveway.
Is this area familiar to you?
Yes.
How and why?
I've worked as a patrolman and a patrol sergeant for many years. I've traveled this County Trunk Highway W and County Trunk Highway M many, many times. I can't recall how many times I've driven it during the day and during the night.
Are you still familiar with this area today, 2023?
Yes.
Is this map that we're looking at here, are you aware or familiar of any changes, new subdivisions, new roads, that kind of thing, or is this still an accurate description of the area?
This is still an accurate description of the area.
Traveling away from the house back towards where you would come in, is there an S-type curve of some kind?
Yes, there is.
About how far down the road is that?
That S-type curve would be west of the residence, and it would be off of the left side of the photograph, but that's approximately 2 miles.
Are there subdivisions or roads before that S-curve if you were traveling from the direction of the house towards that S-curve?
Yes, there's McCurdy Road here. There's what I would identify as more of a subdivision because it's more built up with houses right here, which is Friar Road and Roberts Road. Those are identifiable subdivisions on the left side.
Are you able to tell us in terms of miles, how far each of those roads are respectively from the Phillips house?
McCurdy Road I would estimate as being approximately a half mile, and Friar Road is 3/4 of a mile from the residence.
Would you be aware if you could see the Phillips residence from any of those roads?
You could not see the Phillips residence from Friar Road. From McCurdy Road, you could see it if you were in the area where my laser pointer is right now. You could see across here during the winter if there's no crops. You would easily be able to see the residence from this little spot right here, but that would be about it.
Asked to show Exhibit 28. Can you identify this?
This appears to be a photograph of the scene again. In the background, you see County Road W running from right to left on the screen. You see squad cars as well as investigator vehicles in the driveway. There's also personnel around Mark Phillips' body. You also have the snowbank and how it's plowed in this area of the W driveway.
I guess it looks like something in a neon green or yellow jacket. Are you able to tell us who that is or what that is?
I believe that would be the medical examiner.
Okay. Asked to show Exhibit 29. Are you able to identify this?
This photograph shows the door to the man cave, which is in the upper left part of the screen. It shows that there are no tracks on the snow, the freshly fallen snow. There's the corner of the red Dodge pickup, which is in the rightmost portion of the photograph. And this item kind of in the center of the snow portion that no one has stepped on would later be described as a can koozie that was flattened out and under the snowfall.
Okay. Asked to show Exhibit 30. What can you tell us about this photo?
This photograph is another photograph of the vehicle parked in the driveway. Note it's facing toward the M driveway and east, with the passenger side door next to the residence, the entry door to the residence, and then The driver's side doors are on the side of the man cave. In addition, there would be the Cancuzzi, which was located in this area where my pointer is at right now in the lower center portion of the screen. And then now there are footprints in the snow from personnel looking at the footprints and moving around the vehicle.
Is this before the truck was moved?
Yes, it is.
Asked to show Exhibit 31. Can you identify this photo?
Yes, this is another photograph of the truck with the license plate. Again, it's still in the same position. I note that there are tire tracks underneath the vehicle, which were made when it pulled in, and there's less snow underneath the vehicle than surrounding it. There's also a trash can between the garage, a trash can in between the truck and the residence.
Can you describe the, I guess, where the location of, since you brought it up, between, where's the trash can in relation to the residence door?
The door to the residence would be out of view, but to the right of that trash can.
Were the trash cans or any other items like that on the property moved during the course of what you did on scene?
No.
Okay. Did you observe anyone move any particular item like that?
I did not.
Asked to show Exhibit 32. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
This is a photograph again of the passenger side of the vehicle. From the previous photograph, we could see the trash can. You can see plowed portions or shoveled portions of the driveway. This would be the direction the vehicle moved into its position prior to it being parked. The door to the residence would be just past the trash can on the left side. And then you also see in the background the trailer and the entrance door to the garage.
And that is Exhibit 32 or 33? Asked to show Exhibit 33. What are we looking at here?
This is a photograph of the front passenger side corner of the truck. There's tracks around it. You can also see a snowbank, the garbage can noted before, and then the entrance door to the residence.
Asked to show Exhibit 34. What are we looking at here?
Should be 30.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, 35, and let the record reflect that is, we are skipping 34, and I had identified that earlier. This is Exhibit 35. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
What we're looking at here is again, the truck parked in the driveway. You can see the tire tracks underneath it where it pulled in. You can also see that on the driver's side of the vehicle is that Cancuzzi in the lower center portion of the photograph.
Asked to show Exhibit 36. Tell us what we're looking at.
What we're looking at here is, again, the driver's side of the truck. The driver's door is open, and then we're also looking at the running boards on the truck itself.
Asked to show Exhibit 44. What can you tell us about this photo?
This photograph is similar to one that we've already seen. It shows the M driveway to the residence, which is on the east side. It shows the vegetation and trees right along the edge of that driveway on the east side of it. We see vehicles parked in the driveway, the red truck in the background. We see the roof of the man cave. We see a portion of the garage, and then we see the residence clearly in the center. There's also a for sale sign, I believe, out in the front.
Clarify that. Is this 37, actually? Okay. Just to go.
Okay, this is Exhibit 37? Okay. Now, can I ask Exhibit 44? we'll go back to Exhibit 44. I didn't bring pictures up. Sergeant Valencia, you had indicated that you're familiar with the area around the house.
Yes.
And that includes the intersection of W and M. That includes the intersection of W and M.
Yes.
And I guess, can you just tell us again, you're familiar with that due to?
I'm familiar with this due to patrolling this area for many, many years. I also lived in the area for a while.
Describing that intersection, are there any safety concerns that would exist pulling out of the M driveway onto the road you just described?
Yes, there would be concerns that I would have. If you're traveling west, just prior to the intersection of County Trunk Highway M and W, there's a small corner, and there's also a dip in the roadway. So in front of the residence, it's fairly straight and flat, but just to the east of it, there's a small corner, and it's lower in the roadway. So as you're approaching the residence from traveling west, you go through a small corner, and then you also go through this dip, and then you rise up to the flat, which meets right near the intersection of County Trunk Highway M and W.
And are those concerns equally present for the W driveway, or are they different?
They would be very different. The vegetation at the M driveway comes right down near to the roadway, which would block your view of vehicle travel coming west on County Trunk Highway M. If you were exiting the driveway on County Trunk, or the W driveway on County Trunk Highway W, you would have much more of a reaction gap to react to any vehicles that would go through that dip and small corner. So you'd have a much better view from the W driveway than the M driveway.
Given what you know about the two driveways and everything you've testified to, how would you recommend coming in and leaving the residence based on what you've
Relevance.
Sustained.
What can you tell us about this photo? Oh, I'm sorry, this is Exhibit 44. What's been marked as Exhibit 44. Can you identify this photo?
Yes, I can. This is a photograph of Mark laying in his final resting position with the house in the background, the snowbank in between him and the house. There's a camera that's on the corner of the house in the background. In addition, you see his body laying. His feet are on the northern end. His head is on the southern end. You see a hand out here, and then you see the edge of the snowbank, which had been plowed alongside the driveway.
Can I ask to see Exhibit 45? What are we looking at here?
This would be in the background you can see the garage. You see a portion of Mark's hand extended past the snowbank here. And in the lower center portion of the photograph is the sunglasses that had drawn my attention, which my headlights had reflected off of when I approached and turned into the driveway.
Asked to see Exhibit 46. And what can you tell us about this photo?
This photograph also shows again Mark in his final position in the snowbank. What you see again here, his feet are on the north side, his head is on the south side. You see his hand extending from that snowbank. Additionally, this hand is extended farther out past that snowbank. You also see that in the background, the more or less the edge of the snowbank, it for lack of a better term, it somewhat curves toward the roadway, and then there comes to kind of an abrupt corner here where his head and shoulders are.
I'm going to move on. I'm going to request that we, now that it's been discussed, due to the sensitive nature of the photo, can we take that down? Yesterday, when we saw the camera, did you yourself interview Ms. Phillips?
I spoke with her briefly, yes.
Okay. And did we see that? Is that part of the video that was seen yesterday?
Yes, it is.
Would you describe that? I guess, what was your goal in talking to her at that point?
My goal at that point was to arrive, try to get some background information, and just talk with her about what had taken place.
Was that an interrogation that we saw?
No.
Relevant speculation.
Sustained.
Craig?
That testimony would be struck on the question.
I guess, are you familiar with, I guess, or do you do, is there some type of a checklist or something you do while you go through the scene?
We do complete a death scene checklist. It's a form that we have that gives us reminders of things that we should look at or do to make sure things like photographs being taken, who might have been on scene, things like that.
What is the purpose of that form?
The purpose is to really, it's just a checklist that we go through to make sure that we're covering certain areas at scenes like this.
Does the form ask you to identify a suspect?
Yes.
Does that term mean, the term suspect, does that mean anything to you? Why or why not?
Judge, objection, relevance. This is point for a legal conclusion, and it's asking the jury to, for the witness to testify to an issue within the realm of the jury.
Sorry,
Realm of the jury.
Objection sustained. Go ahead.
Move to strike, Your Honor.
The question will be struck.
I have no further questions.
Crosse?
Thank you. Can I get the, Warrant Sergeant?
Good morning.
All right, so I just want to cover your initial response here. At the time, this was something that you believed to require an emergent response. Is that correct?
Yes, based on the nature of the call.
Anytime you have a medical call like that where somebody might be dead or dying, you're going to respond emergency.
Typically, yes.
All right. And at the time, you were driving a marked squad car?
Yes.
And that squad car was equipped with a squad car video system?
Yes.
At the time, did the La Crosse County Sheriff's Department have body cameras in use?
No.
All right. Where is that squad car camera positioned within your squad car?
Typically, it's positioned right around in the area of the rearview mirror. That'd be the best place to describe it being located.
So approximately in the center of the windshield, towards the top where the rearview mirror would be?
Yes.
All right. And you received some information from your dispatcher prior to responding to this call, is that correct?
Yes.
That's fairly common in your line of work to get updates and information from your dispatch.
Yes.
Your dispatchers are employees that you work with frequently in the course of your work.
Daily.
And the information that you received from dispatch was that the caller was, quote, hysterical. Is that correct?
I don't recall those words, but it's possible.
Is that something that you would have noted in your police report had you written? Well, let me asked by this. Do you not recall that, Sergeant, or are you saying that that wasn't the description?
I do not remember that.
And if I showed you, did you author a police report in the course of this investigation?
Yes.
And if I showed you a copy of that police report, would that help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
We're going to do 500. 500.
Sergeant Valencia, I'm handing you, it's been marked Exhibit 500. Would you turn the page to me? Let me ask you, does that appear to be a copy of a report that you authored?
Yes, it does.
Would you turn to page 2 for me and then let me know when you've reviewed the relevant section?
Okay, yes.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
And were you informed by dispatch that the caller, Ms. Phillips, was hysterical?
Yeah. Yes.
Exhibit 500 for me. And that was your impression when you made contact with Ms. Phillips initially as well, is that correct?
She was very emotional, yes.
You described her in your report as, quote, extremely upset and emotional, end quote. Is that fair?
Sounds fair.
And that's certainly your candid observation of Ms. Phillips at the time, is that correct?
Yes.
Right. In other words, if you believed that she was faking an emotion, you would have noted that in your police report, right?
I guess I don't understand that question.
If you believe that somebody was putting on a show and pretending to be angry or sad or hysterical, that's the type of thing that you would note if it appeared to be disingenuous to you, correct?
Possibly, yes.
And you didn't note any such factor in your report, is that correct?
I did not.
All right. Now, in this state, Ms. Phillips gave you a little bit of information, correct?
Yes.
You previously testified that let me just ask you, initially you were trying to calm her down, is that fair to say?
Yes.
That's what we saw when you took her by the arms and looked her in the eye and said, it's going to be okay?
Yes.
And you asked her what happened, right?
Yes.
And Ms. Phillips told you that the two of them had an argument of sorts the other night, right?
She had confirmed what she had told dispatch, yes.
That Mark had gotten aggressive?
Yes.
That she took off to escape from Mark?
I don't believe she used the word escape. I think she said, get out of here.
To get away from him because he was coming at her is...
He was coming around the truck, yes.
And indicated that she left so quickly that the passenger side door on the front was still open, is that correct?
That's correct.
And then she told you repeatedly that she didn't even know that Mark was outside, is that correct?
Correct.
She appeared to be quite distraught about the fact that her husband was outside dead, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, she also told you that when she came home the prior evening or early morning that she didn't even see her husband out there, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. So at some point you moved Ms. Phillips to the front of your squad car. Sergeant, is that so that you can preserve the area around Mr. Phillips?
Yes, I had first responders arriving. There was evidence, what I felt might be evidence out in the driveway. I wanted to move her away from that location briefly to just move her away from it for a little bit.
And at some point shortly thereafter, Deputy Brandon Stoetinger arrives, is that correct?
Correct.
And at some point you speak with Deputy Stoetinger about taking Ms. Phillips away from the scene into the home, is that fair?
I don't know that I spoke with him about taking her away. I don't recall that.
Okay.
Don't remember that.
And if Deputy Stoetinger were to testify that you mentioned something to the effect of, can you take her away from the scene, any reason to doubt his testimony?
No.
All right. Now, at some point, were you aware that Ms. Phillips was able to contact friends and family to come to the scene?
Yes, I could see that she had been on her phone.
And you saw that various loved ones of Ms. Phillips arrived at various points during this encounter. Is that correct?
I became aware of it later, yes.
Now, Sergeant, is it fair to assume that if you felt there was a realistic opportunity to resuscitate a person in Mr. Phillips' position, that you would have begun life-saving measures?
Yes.
It was your impression upon arriving at the scene that Mr. Phillips was visibly deceased?
Yes.
And as a result, it wasn't the type of scenario where you would try to use an automatic external defibrillator or perform CPR, right?
Overruled. Go ahead.
I would say that when I pulled into the driveway, I could hear these sirens on the first responder vehicles arriving. They arrived a short time later. They have all of that equipment and could provide much better care from the position I was in. It did not, at that time, seem to be anything that would be needed.
Okay. Could I get a copy? And I'd like to mark this 501.
Is this Exhibit 2? Okay.
Sergeant, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 501. Does this appear to be a copy of State's Exhibit 2?
Yes.
And offer Exhibit 501, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No.
You received? Yeah, go ahead. It's been published before.
Sergeant, I'm showing you Exhibit 501, and what I'd like to do is just go through and write down the location, the approximate location of some of these pertinent pieces of evidence that you testified to earlier. Is that okay with you?
Yes.
All right. So I've got a laser pointer here, and I want you to tell me if I'm correct or incorrect, but I'm pointing to the area, the concrete patch between what's been described as the back of the home and the man cave. Is that accurate?
Yes, I would say the main part of the driveway is gray in color. That tan portion would be that concrete pad between the man cave and the house.
Okay. And your testimony killed my laser pointer, but if you write on this photograph, Exhibit 501, Sergeant, sketch out approximately the location of where the truck was parked when you arrived on board.
The approximate location? Do you want me to use a box, or do you want me to write the word truck?
Truck is fine. All right. And my understanding is that the truck would have been facing eastbound in this photograph.
Correct.
Could you draw an arrow facing eastbound with the direction of the front of the truck, please?
I hope that will suffice.
Now, could you mark the approximate position of Mr. Phillips' body in this photograph? Maybe just label that Mr. Phillips or Mark. And from that point, you said that the sunglasses were approximately 15 feet south on the driveway from Mr. Phillips' head, correct?
Correct.
Mark approximately on the driveway where those were.
Mhm.
Put exhibit 501 back up and let's take a look at. Obviously, the truck would have been parked in that section between the man cave and the back entrance to the home. Is that correct?
That's correct.
The home actually had two entrances. Is that right, Sergeant?
I do not know that. I believe so, but I do not know.
You didn't know whether there was an entrance in the front of the house as well?
I don't believe that entrance was being used. I did not see any tracks or anything like that. It wasn't plowed out or shoveled out.
And you positioned Mr. Phillips's body approximately right at the crest of where the driveway begins to curve in an eastbound fashion. Is that correct?
It's in that area, yes.
And the sunglasses were approximately in the middle of the driveway, about 15 feet to the south of the position of the body, correct?
Correct.
Now, oftentimes you have access to resources like the Wisconsin State Patrol's Technical Crash Reconstruction Unit, correct?
Yes.
And that's a resource that you've relied upon many times. Is that true?
I would say that I'm not anyone who has contacted the Wisconsin State Patrol to do anything like that.
You certainly participated in investigations where the State Patrol has conducted accident or crash reconstruction. Is that fair?
Yes.
And you're aware that the State Patrol has technical measuring equipment, like a total station, to come out and measure exactly the location and distance of evidence. Is that correct?
Yes.
They did not do that in this case. Is that fair?
I do not believe that happened.
So the distances that we're relying upon here are approximate. Is that fair to say, Sergeant?
Yes.
Now, the can koozie would have been located approximately on the driver's side of the truck as depicted in the state's earlier exhibits at the point that you viewed it on February 23rd, correct?
Correct.
All right. The scene here depicted in Exhibit 501 certainly looked different on February 23rd of 2019, right, Sergeant?
Very different.
There was a lot of snow, right?
Yes.
And that snow had been plowed up into snowbanks on both sides running parallel to the driveway. Is that correct?
There was more of a snowbank on the, as I recall, on the house side of the driveway versus the western side of that driveway.
But there's a smaller snowbank on the western side of the driveway
Yes.
as well.
Yes.
And that snowbank, you testified, reached upwards to, you estimated, about 4 feet. Is that accurate?
The one on the house side, yes.
All right. And it was your impression that that snowbank hadn't come from any snowfall on February 22nd, right? In other words, the snowfall was fairly light on February 22nd?
I do not remember that.
All right. So I want to ask you just right off the bat about when you turned into that driveway. Sergeant, do you agree that when you turned into the driveway on the westbound driveway and began driving upwards, Mr. Phillips was not immediately visible?
He was not. I could see Lori's dark shape. You could see in the squad video, as I was approaching, there were two dark figures. So if Mr. Phillips had blended into her figure, I would not have seen that. It could have been clearly visible, but I couldn't see it because of her dark shape as well.
Well, do you recall testifying on that very topic during a motion hearing earlier in this case?
I believe so, yes.
And as is today, all that testimony was under oath, correct?
Yes.
And everything that you testified to during that motion hearing was the truth, right, Sergeant?
Yes.
And you testified during an earlier motion hearing that Mr. Phillips was not immediately visible when you turned into the driveway. Is that correct?
Does he recall that at all? Overruled, if you can answer the question. Recall testifying to that? That's a question. Did you recall testifying to that was the last question, so we keep things moving along?
Yes, I do recall testifying to that.
Okay. He does recall testifying. Go ahead.
Thank you, investigator. And I want to go through some of the photographs here. In particular, views from the driveway itself. You would agree at the very least that Mr. Phillips was mostly obscured behind this snowbank to somebody driving up that stretch of the westbound driveway.
Yes.
And I'm going to show you which I believe the state has previously marked. All right. Sergeant, I'm showing you what's been marked as 502 and 503. Do you recognize these photographs?
Yes, I do.
What do those photographs depict?
These photographs depict the driveway, the edge of the snowbank, as well as Mr. Phillips' body in the photograph. And these two are, I would say, the color is differing in them, in what they present.
All right, thank you. Offer exhibits 502 and 503, Your Honor. Okay.
You received? Are they, can I just, for a cross-reference, are they, you said they were former exhibits? It doesn't matter. Go ahead.
All right, I'm publishing exhibit 502 right now, so all right, did you take this photograph or did somebody else?
I do not recall or remember whether I took this photograph or not.
All right, and I'm assuming that the purpose of this photograph was to show the degree of occlusion of the snowbank with respect to where Mr. Phillips' body was on the driveway. Is that correct?
I would assume.
And we can see just barely the outline of possibly Mr. Phillips's left arm at the edge of that photograph. Is that fair?
With the white sheet over the top of it, yes.
All right. And let me ask you, Sergeant, at any point did any investigator take a photograph of Mr. Phillips from this angle without the white sheet over him?
I do not believe so. I don't know that, though.
Okay. That would have been a pretty important piece of evidence to show what was actually visible to a motorist coming up that driveway. Is that fair to say?
Could have been.
I'm going to show you a closer photograph. This is Exhibit 503. Is that a closer up view of 502, Sergeant?
Yes, it appears to be closer.
And that view appears to also depict the very edge of Mr. Phillips's, I guess it would be his left hand. Is that fair?
I don't know that, I would believe that that would be accurate. Right in this area here, this photograph is, at least up on this screen, I don't think is as clear as maybe the actual photograph is, but yes, I would say that that would be accurate.
All right. And you agree with me again, Sergeant, that from this angle, both with or without the sheet, Mr. Phillips is mostly occluded behind that snowbank?
From this angle.
And this would be the angle that a motorist entering from the westbound driveway would typically drive, right? Right?
Straight in, but they wouldn't view it from that angle. If you were looking at the squad car and they were driving in that driveway, the driver's side would be on the other side. So if, for an example, if this squad car were pointing into the driveway versus facing out, a driver is on the west side of that driveway looking at it from a different angle.
And typically when somebody drives into a driveway, they're looking in the direction of travel, right?
Typically.
And the direction of travel in this case would be straight forward until the driveway begins to curve right around where the exterior garage is, correct?
Yes.
All right. Could I get State's Exhibit 6, please? And for the media, I am publishing a photograph of Mr. Phillips' body. All right. You recall viewing the body in this position?
Yes.
And we do have some glare on this, but does this appear to be Mr. Phillips angled within that snowbank?
Angled within the snowbank. I think you see, can I use pointer?
Well, let me ask you this. Mr.
No.
Phillips appears to be partially within the snowbank. Is that correct?
His upper body, yes.
And the snowbank is running approximately parallel at that point to where we see his hand protruding. Is that correct?
Correct.
And
It's difficult to see on this
yeah, I
photograph.
know that the glossy photo on the Elmo is a little bit more difficult, but I'm gonna hand you this, Sergeant. And you agree that the depth of the snow is higher than Mr. Phillips' torso within the snowbank?
Yes.
All right. I'm not done with Exhibit 6 yet. Was this photograph taken, Sergeant, by you or by another officer, as you recall?
I do not recall. I do not remember. It was probably by me, but I do not specifically remember.
And it looked like you had been moving around the body at that point, correct?
Yes.
You certainly would have noted the presence of any footprints within the snowbank behind Mr. Phillips if they had existed. Is that correct?
Yes.
And can we assume from the fact that you didn't note any footprints in that snowbank behind Mr. Phillips before examining the scene that they likely did not exist?
Yes.
Thank you. Could I get State's Exhibits 45 and 46, please? All right, and again, notice I'm going to be publishing some photos of Mr. Phillips' body. Again here, Sergeant, you agree we can see the depth of the snow with respect to Mr. Phillips's torso and the remainder of his body?
Yes.
And we can see that the snowbank is running approximately parallel to where Mr. Phillips's left hand is sticking out, correct?
Both his left and right hand, yes.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 45. Quite fit on the Elmo, but this is the photograph of the sunglasses of Phillips's body.
Yes.
I'm zooming in on the portion where Mr. Phillips's covered body is. Do you agree that this photograph was taken from an angle? In other words, was taken from a position of somebody standing, I guess, to the west and to the south, angled towards Mr. Phillips, in order to capture that view?
I think if you show the sunglasses for relevance, it would be from the area where the sunglasses were located in the direction of Mr. Phillips.
But
I don't know that it was for a particular angle. I think it was an angle from the sunglasses to Mr. Phillips.
yeah, but taken with that purpose of showing both the sunglasses and Mr. Phillips, right?
Yes.
In other words, it wasn't taken from a straight ahead angle, looking forward like a motorist might when they're going up that driveway, correct?
I think at the angle of the sunglasses, it would be reasonable for a person to start looking to the right around the driveway.
Well, I'm asking you, Sergeant, you agree that most people going up that driveway are going to be heading due north until you hit the curve, right?
Heading due north, yes.
Sergeant, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 506. You recognize this photograph?
I do not.
That appear to be part of the scene where Mr. Phillips was found.
Yes, it does.
Does Mr. Phillips's body appear to have been rolled at that point?
It is not in the photograph.
Well, let's look at Exhibit 505. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
And does that appear to be where Mr. Phillips had been rolled?
Yes, he had been moved from his frontal rest position.
And Exhibit 504, what is that photograph of?
A similar photograph, he had been moved.
For 504 and 506?
You received?
Again, I am going to be displaying the photograph of Mr. Phillips' body. All right, so looking at Exhibit 504 here, Sergeant, this is after you and other responders rolled him to, I guess it would be on his right side, correct?
Correct.
And we can see the outline in the snowbank where Mr. Phillips was presumably resting prior to being rolled. Is that correct?
That is correct.
It looks like the body heat from Mr. Phillips melted the ground or melted the snow beneath him to a certain degree. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And presumably Mr. Phillips would have been in that position for some degree of time in order to melt that snow. Fair assumption?
Yes.
Now, Sergeant, I'm going to show you a closer up in the form of 505. Is that a closer view of some of the snow melt beneath Mr. Phillips?
Yes.
And it looks like from this view, he actually melted the snow down to ground level where we can see some grass or some leaves beneath. Is that
Yes.
correct?
There's some vegetation that's poking through.
Exhibit 506 is a closer up photograph of this area where Mr. Phillips is positioned. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe from a different angle.
And we see a patch of red there next to where some of the snow melt is. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is that approximately where Mr. Phillips' face was?
Could be. I can't tell from this angle without his body there. I'm not sure. It could be.
You agree that Mr. Phillips was bleeding somewhat from his nose or his face when you observed him on scene. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And does that red mark appear to be consistent with the possibility of blood?
Yes.
Sergeant, you agree that you have no idea how Mr. Phillips ended up in that position in the snowbank. Is that correct?
I did not.
And you have no idea whether or not Mr. Phillips had ended up, well, strike that. Let's go to your squad car video here. All right, Sergeant, does it look like we're looking at a view of your squad car video that you testified to yesterday?
Yes.
All right, and this is a view that you're viewing at approximately 6:40 a.m., right?
Correct.
It looks like it's starting to get light out, right?
It's still fairly dark. The lighting from the video camera is not necessarily as accurate as your eyes would see it.
But lighter than it would have been around 2 a.m., right?
Yes.
I don't see any visible street lamps or lighting around the Phillips home. Is that accurate?
Yes.
So presumably when you're driving by this area at night, unless you happen to illuminate it with your headlights or some other device, it's going to be pretty dark.
Yes. There's a street light that you can see in the background at the intersection marking it. That and the stop sign from County Trunk Highway M and W. But yes, other than that, there's no other.
Yep. And the street light that you
Lighting.
referenced would be southbound from the eastmost end of the driveway, correct?
I'm sorry, say that again.
The street light that you referenced would be across the intersection and south of the eastmost driveway, right?
Yes, that's correct.
The view that we're getting here is the westbound driveway, correct?
Correct.
And you don't know, Sergeant, which way Ms. Phillips would have traveled back to the home from the area around Woodman's and the Baymont Inn, is that correct?
I do not know.
In other words, you could reach that area this way, coming eastbound the way that you are by way of Onalaska, right?
By way of Holman, yes.
But yeah, excuse me. And you could reach it westbound by way of West Salem, correct?
Yes, if you traveled north on M to the intersection where the light is and took a left, you would approach from the east.
That's actually quicker, right?
Quicker.
The quicker route of travel approaching up M through the east, right?
It could be, yes.
All right. Now, a person coming from the east, even if they had the area illuminated and were looking in that particular spot, wouldn't be in a position to see Mr. Phillips laying in that snowbank. Is that correct?
I don't know that.
So, and obviously, in order to see Mr. Phillips from a position coming from the east, excuse me, yes, like you were, you have to actually be looking at it, right?
Looking, I'm not sure the question.
In order to see Mr. Phillips, you have to actually be looking at him, right?
I'm not sure that I could answer that from someone else's perspective.
Well, you knew what to look for because dispatch told you that there was a hysterical wife kneeling next to her husband on the driveway, right?
And I could see them as you see the video here.
Yep. A person in Ms. Phillips' position wouldn't necessarily be aware that there was a...
It's the same.
You have no idea whether or not Ms. Phillips was able to see Mr. Phillips in that position when she returned home, correct?
I do not know.
Now, I'm going to have Ms. Witzke just play this through for a quick round until you're from this point, which is stopped at 6 hours, 40 minutes, and 20 seconds, until the point that your vehicle stops. Let's have everyone take a look.
Just before you say that, I don't think this was ever said. This is Exhibit 3, State's Exhibit 3. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you.
130 location.
Dispatch up.
Okay. And now we're going to go frame by frame hang on, Wendy, from 6 hours, 40 minutes, and 28 seconds. And we're just going to go frame by frame, and I might stop to ask a question or two, okay?
Okay.
All right, go ahead. All right, let's stop. And we can see the outline of Ms. Phillips as you're turning into the westbound driveway, or the westmost driveway, correct?
That's correct.
Ms. Phillips is the one who's kneeling at the edge of the snowbank over there, correct?
That is correct.
We cannot see any defined features of Mr. Phillips in this frame, is that correct?
I do not see any.
All right, continue please, thank you. Oh. Yeah, thank you, Ms. Kemp. That was at 6 hours, 40 minutes, and 30 seconds. All right, you can continue. All right, we'll stop here. We're stopped at 6 minutes, 40 seconds, or 6 hours, 40 minutes, and 31 seconds. We can see clearly that Ms. Phillips is kneeling in the snowbank next to where Mr. Phillips is found. Is that correct?
I I don't know if she's kneeling in the snowbank. I think she's kneeling, yes. Her exact position, I don't know. She could be, I don't know her exact
Okay.
position there.
Well, let me rephrase that. It looks like she's kneeling at least in the driveway to some degree, right?
Correct.
And in a kneeling position, correct?
Yes, it appears to be.
And Ms. Phillips appears to be dressed mostly in dark colors, is that correct?
They appear darker, yes. There's no lighting there.
And that appears well, strike that, we haven't got there yet. Okay, we can continue. Okay, stop. And we're stopped again within some of the frames within 6 hours, 40 minutes, and 31 seconds. Sergeant, we can see that Ms. Phillips' knees are both clearly down, extended on that position on the driveway, correct?
Yes.
We can see what appears to be one of her arms extended over her right knee as she's kneeling.
Could be.
And we can't see Mr. Phillips at all in this view of your squad car video, can we?
No.
Keep going. All right, and stop. We are stopped at 6 hours, 40 minutes, and 32 seconds. Again, the only figure we can see in this view from your squad car camera is Ms. Phillips. Is that correct?
Appears to be, yes.
We can keep going. All right. Thank you, Ms. Witzke. We're still at 6 hours, 40 minutes, and 32 seconds. The frames have brought Ms. Phillips out of the picture at this point. Sergeant, do you agree that once you turn into that driveway, we can't see Mr. Phillips at all from the perspective of your squad car video?
I would agree.
You would agree? We can take the video down, thank you. You had a chance to take a look at the Dodge Ram?
The Dodge Ram?
Yes.
I did look at it, yes.
And would you agree that this is a fairly high-seated vehicle? In other words,
Yes, it's a larger vehicle.
driver typically would be higher up than you would be in your standard Subaru sedan.
Yes.
And a person, in order to see Mr. Phillips driving by that position, would have to be able to look directly to the right and downwards in order to see him in that position driving by, correct?
I don't know that.
Well, we couldn't see him from a straightforward view, right?
Straightforward view?
A view of your camera directing straight down the driveway.
Correct. Correct. That doesn't explain where a person's eyes might be looking, no.
Well, Sergeant, let's talk about the home security system. You testified in your direct yesterday that you didn't believe that the cameras were able to capture the position of Mr. Phillips's body from the home. Is that correct?
I did not believe that they could.
Has anyone shown you a copy of camera footage that you're actually in depicting your perception?
Depicting my perception?
Well, I have them up. Well, do the flash drive with the exhibits on it. On that, let me know.
Would this be a good time for a break?
Yeah, if everyone's ready, we can take a break.
For you to find that exhibit and stuff. So why don't we do this? Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a break right now, 10, 15 minutes. Please don't talk about the case, and we'll see you back in about 10, 15 minutes.
How would that work? I'm not sure. So it would plug into that, right? Record it to a little SD card for you. And you get balanced sound still, but I mean, it's like that similar, but you're not like, all you have to do is hit record.
horribly boring.
Yeah, I thought they would have been farther along by now.
Oh my gosh, I almost fell asleep. It was horrible, Brad. Horrible.
You know, people may still be able to hear us right now.
I turned mine off.
shot in the body.
Where's the sleeping pill? Knocked me out.
Everybody's present in the courtroom. Anything we need to talk about before we bring the jury in from the state's perspective? Defense?
No, Your Honor, I've labeled Exhibit 507, which is attached by multiple video and image exhibits. I'll be playing a file titled Valencia File.
Okay. Why don't you come on up, Sergeant Valencia. Have you take your seat, and we'll bring the jury as soon as they're ready. Everybody may be seated. Just a reminder for the jury before we begin again, if you need something, let us know. Sometimes people's backs hurt them. You're welcome to stand if you need to. I just want to make sure everybody's comfortable. Just let us know. Okay. I think we're ready to continue then. Go ahead, Mr. Zacher.
Thank you. If I could get the clerk to switch my computer on to the AV, please. Sergeant, can you take a look at the screen for me?
Yes.
Do you recognize anyone in that shot? This is the record. This is 507. The video is entitled Valencia Driveway. Do you recognize anyone there?
Yes, I believe I'm in the lower left portion of the frame, and I believe Lori is in the center portion of the frame. Her head might be extending upwards of the snowbank.
I'm just going to play this clip. It's a short 15 seconds. Thank you. All right. Did that depict part of your initial interaction with Ms. Phillips?
Yes.
And you agree that this video that's mounted on the side of the home that you testified to earlier,
Yes,
you agree that Mr. Phillips is not visible?
I would agree.
Offer 507 in the video for the purposes used.
Any objection?
No.
Brucey?
All right. So, touching briefly on the 911 call again, it appears that there were points in that call where the dispatcher muted Lori so that she could issue a radio call or page out EMS. Is that correct?
Yes,
And that's normal in the course of a 911 call, right?
it is correct.
So in other words, there were portions where Lori continued to talk or cry when the dispatcher was clearly on the radio with you or first responders or the paramedics?
Yes,
All right. Now, Sergeant, would you agree that everyone experiences trauma differently?
I would agree.
There's no right way for a person to react in Ms. Phillips' circumstances?
Overall, you already agreed that they respond differently. Go ahead.
There's no right way to react to trauma for somebody in Ms. Phillips' position, right?
Yeah, people do respond differently.
All right. One of the obligations of officers on scene was to gather evidence in as wide of a net as possible so that you can try and figure out what happened. Is that fair?
If possible, yes.
And one of the questions that you and the other investigators had on scene was how exactly Mr. Phillips ended up injured. Is that fair?
How exactly?
How Mr. Phillips ended up injured and dead.
That would be a question that would be asked.
And initially, you were the ranking officer who responded on scene, right?
Yes.
Eventually, did investigators respond to scene as well?
They did.
And who was the ranking investigator on scene?
That would be Captain Zimmerman, I believe.
Okay, so you physically saw Captain Zimmerman, and what's Captain Zimmerman's first name for the record?
John Zimmerman.
You saw Captain Zimmerman on scene on February 23rd of 2019?
I don't specifically recall seeing him on scene, but he would have been the ranking investigator on this case.
And you would have taken your directions from Captain Zimmerman or somebody who outranked you on that matter?
Or Investigator Leinfelder, yes, that could be.
Okay. And Investigator Leinfelder eventually arrived on that scene as well, is that correct?
Yes, he did.
All right. So one of the things you and the other officers did was try to collect evidence that could give you some idea of how Mr. Phillips presumably went from upright to prone and deceased, right?
Yes.
And you've noted that there are a number of different possibilities to explain that. Is that correct?
There could be several, yes.
And that's why you took photographs around the scene to try and figure out what could have caused Mr. Phillips to go to the ground. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 36. Sergeant, do you recall testifying to this photograph earlier?
Yes, I do.
And what is that a picture of?
It's a picture of the driver's side of the Dodge Ram with the driver's side open. Driver's side door is open.
I'm going to publish 36. Take this photo, investigator, or did somebody else?
I do not know.
And I'm assuming that the purpose of this photograph is to depict, at least in part, those steps or the side rail on the side of the truck, right?
I do not know the purpose.
So there appears to be a running board with some steps installed on the driver's side of the truck. Is that correct?
Yes, they are presented in the photograph.
And this is something that certainly you or any other investigator are going to consider as a possible explanation for how Mr. Phillips could trip or potentially be injured in light of a moving truck. Is that correct?
I'm not sure about that.
They appeared, and did I ask you, did they appear to be aftermarket?
I don't know whether they came with the truck or not.
Okay. Well, it doesn't have a Dodge logo on them. It has HDX at the bottom, right?
Yes.
All right. And they appear to jet out at least several inches from the side of the truck. Is that correct?
That would be accurate.
And certainly if the vehicle was moving when somebody was in contact with those, that would be a tripping hazard, right?
Could be, yes.
If you can answer it. Or
Fair?
It could be.
Okay. Was that something that you or other investigators actively discussed at the scene as to whether or not this was consistent with Mr. Phillips coming towards Mr. Phillips coming towards Ms. Phillips at the driver's side?
I don't recall that.
You took pictures of the snow on the driveway as well, correct?
Correct.
And obviously there was fresh snowfall, but did you make any note as to whether or not the driveway was icy or otherwise slippery as a result of the snowfall or the weather?
I did not note that the driveway was icy or slippery. It did not appear to be that way to me when I drove in or when I walked on it.
Do you recall what the driveway was made out of?
That was asphalt material, I believe.
Now, you've acknowledged that you're unaware of whether or not Mr. Phillips tried hanging onto the truck at points. Is that correct?
I do not know that.
You do not know whether or not Mr. Phillips tripped in the process of trying to get to Ms. Phillips at the driver's side door?
I do not know that.
You do not know whether or not Mr. Phillips was dragged for a brief period of time after getting caught on the side of the truck?
No.
And nobody can say with any degree of certainty, investigator, whether or not Ms. Phillips would have been able to see Mr. Phillips at the point that he was injured.
Sustain.
You can't say that, right?
Can you repeat the question again?
You can't say with certainty from your role in this investigation whether Ms. Phillips would have been aware of Mr. Phillips at the point that he was injured.
I could not.
I want to show you a slightly different version of video 36. If I can get that marked, please. No. All right, I'd like to show you a different view of the Dodge Ram.
Okay.
You certainly had a chance to go look at the truck and look for any evidence of damage or indications that it was involved in an accident, correct?
A brief look, yes.
And am I correct in assuming that after examining the truck, there was nothing about this vehicle you saw that was consistent with it being involved in a collision?
That would be correct.
So, I'm showing you Exhibit 508 here. What is that photograph?
This again is a photograph of the Dodge pickup parked in its position between the house and the man cave.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you to hang on to that for a minute because I expect the fire of the Elmo might make this problematic. But you said you've been a police officer for 25 plus years?
Yes.
And all of that time in Wisconsin?
Yes.
So you're more than familiar with that sort of salt scum or film that builds up on the side of our cars when we drive around in the winter, right?
Yes.
And that's something that can give you an indication as to whether or not a person had contact with the side of a vehicle if parts of the salt scum are wiped away in a certain manner. Is that correct?
It could, yes.
And were you photographing this vehicle for the purpose of showing an area where parts of the film appeared to have been wiped away from the side of the truck?
As I testified earlier, I don't recall taking photographs of the vehicle, so I'm not sure why that was done.
Well, I'm going to direct your attention to the photograph there. Can you see some form of that salt film on the side of the paneling of the truck?
On the paneling?
The side paneling of the truck. I'll direct your attention towards the rear door by the area where the gas compartment is.
I guess I'm not seeing what you're looking at. If you could point it out to me, but I'm not seeing what you're looking at. I'm not sure if that's a reflection of something that's on the other side, or if that's salt scum or something rubbed off. I can't tell what that is.
Well, one view of that photograph appears to be consistent with something rubbing off in the midst of a salt scum deposit, right?
I don't know that.
You're aware that this vehicle was taken to the Crosse County Sheriff's Department garage afterwards for further examination?
Yes.
And were you present at all for that examination?
No.
Did you view any of those photographs with the truck after the fact?
No.
I'm going to offer exhibit, what is this, 508?
Any objection? No. Received?
Published.
Go ahead.
So, investigator, I'm pointing the area around the teal cap here, and you can see that there appears to be some form of a buildup, and then we can see what might be a smear starting at the seam of the bed of the trailer and going downwards, angling towards the rear driver's side tire. Is that correct?
I'm not seeing that. What I'm seeing is more of a reflection. What I'm seeing is you can see, like, from the snowbank opposite, you can see the snowbank. There's a lot of things in that picture, but I'm not necessarily seeing a smear.
You're not seeing something that's consistent with 3 or 4 fingers that may have been visible on the side of that truck?
No, I'm not.
Am I correct in assuming then that investigators on scene did not consider whether that might mark the point where Mr. Phillips fell against the truck?
I don't know that.
All right. The state's going to introduce a number of photographs of the truck, so I'm not going to hash through all of them, but you agree that there was absolutely no damage to the truck consistent with it being involved in an accident?
I did not see any major damage to the truck.
You didn't see any damage at all, right?
Correct, consistent with an accident. I didn't see any damage.
And the glass, the windshield was entirely intact, right?
Yes,
The plastic fixtures for the headlights, turn signals, and fog lamps were completely intact.
yes,
The front paint job appeared to be intact and not dented or scratched or transferred.
I didn't specifically look at that, but I would say that would be consistent. You're
The
accurate.
front grille of the vehicle appeared to be totally intact and undamaged.
Correct,
The side view mirrors appeared to be totally intact and undamaged,
yes,
as did the side-facing windows of the vehicle as well.
yes,
And we discussed earlier that Mr. Phillips had been bleeding visibly from his face. Is that correct?
from his nose.
Yes. And certainly the presence of blood on the pickup truck would have been something that you would have noted and collected, correct?
Yes,
And you nor any other officer that you're aware of noted the presence of any blood at any point on that pickup truck.
not that I'm aware of.
You agree that you don't know how the sunglasses ended up at that point of the driveway?
I would agree.
That you don't know whether or not they fell out of the passenger door as Ms. Phillips fled? But,
I think that would be unlikely, that they would end up in the center of the driveway if they fell out the door.
well, items bounce, right? And you,
Typically not to the center of anything, they bounce to the outside. If it falls out of the door, it's going to fall away from the vehicle, not into the center of the
Okay.
driveway.
investigator, you've never been trained in the dynamics of how items fall out of a moving vehicle, right?
I've been involved in cases where items have supposedly fallen out of a moving vehicle.
And you just testified that you have no idea how those sunglasses ended up where they ended up, correct?
That is correct.
At no point in your investigation were you aware of Mr. Phillips wearing sunglasses on February 22nd of 2019.
I'm not aware of that.
And you're unaware of when those sunglasses actually were deposited on that driveway. Is that correct?
That would be correct as well.
All right. Now, in cases like this, you were advised that of the possibility that there had been a domestic dispute the night before, correct?
Yes,
And I assume that you've responded to hundreds, if not more, of those types of calls throughout the course of your career, right?
many times.
And the Sheriff's Department actually has a policy on responding to calls involving domestic abuse, correct?
Yes,
The policy that you're personally familiar with?
I'm familiar with it, yes.
And that policy indicates that domestic abuse calls tend to be some of the most highly dangerous environments that officers can walk into.
Overruled, go ahead.
Correct.
And you agree with that?
Agree with,
That domestic disputes can be very dangerous environments.
yes,
That's why officers oftentimes coordinate with backup or multiple deputies to these types of calls, right?
yes,
And it's why you oftentimes respond code 3 or with your lights and sirens on, right?
yes,
Because the potential for danger is real and immediate.
depending on the circumstance, yes.
And you investigate serious domestic allegations now in your role as an investigator, is that correct?
Yes, I do.
And you agree that a lot of domestic incidents can look differently from the perspective of the investigator.
I agree.
And people react differently to domestic violence as well, correct?
Yes,
So let's talk about the area where this home was. Would you agree with me that it was in what you might call rural Holman?
yes,
And it took you, in this case, approximately 10 minutes from the dispatcher's radio call to respond to the home. Is that correct?
correct.
And is that approximately a fair response time for the Sheriff's Department and under those conditions at that time?
Yes, the distance traveled, the snow cover, yes, it'd be an approximate time.
At any given time in the evening, approximately how many sheriff's deputies are on duty?
Typically, there's 3 and a supervisor,
Okay.
but that depends.
Sure. And this area where the Phillips home was in, that's within the primary jurisdiction of the Sheriff's Department, right?
It is.
So in other words, unless you call for mutual aid from Holman or Onalaska, it's the Sheriff's Department's responsibility to respond.
Correct.
And there's no telling how far an officer might be away from that home if a call comes in for help to deal with an ongoing domestic assault.
Yes.
And unless somebody happens to be driving right by the home at the time that the call is made, it can take 5, 10, or more minutes for an officer to respond.
That is correct.
And under those circumstances, the caller or the alleged victim is effectively on their own. Fair?
Yes.
And you testified earlier that you're very familiar with what 911 dispatchers communicate with individuals in these situations, correct?
Yes, I'm familiar with that.
And one of the first things that a 911 operator will tell an individual calling about an ongoing domestic assault is to escape to safety, correct?
Sustain.
You've been placed in communications with alleged victims of ongoing domestic violence, correct?
Could you repeat that again? I'm not sure I understood that.
Sometimes you'll be placed on the phone to somebody who's calling to report an ongoing domestic dispute or an attack, correct?
You're saying I
Yes.
I've never been on the phone with someone who's reporting a domestic incident that's ongoing.
And sometimes you'll be in communication with the dispatcher repeating to you what a victim of an ongoing assault is being advised to do, correct?
Yes.
And one of the outcomes that's commonly suggested is if they can get to safety, to get to safety.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Is that correct?
It could be, yes.
In fact, the preference from your perspective in the Sheriff's Department is that fighting back or using force should be a last case scenario, right?
I'm not quite sure I understand that question. You're talking about a preference. Are you talking about a preference from dispatch or?
Okay, well, let me back up. As a deputy responding to these calls, certainly your department is not going to give a victim of domestic abuse advice that they need to stay put and accept the abuse because they can't risk their attacker's safety.
I'll sustain on the second aspect, which is it's compounded. So go ahead.
At no point will your department advise a victim of domestic violence that they should simply stay put and accept the attack.
I would agree with that.
And you as a police officer are obviously trained to deal with sudden attacks if you happen to face that in the course of your job, right?
Yes.
You train in that kind of self-defense tactics from the point of your police academy on, right?
Correct.
And it's almost like muscle memory to somebody like you who's been on the force for 25 plus years, right?
It's continual training, yes.
Civilians like Ms. Phillips aren't going to have access to that same type of training, correct?
Overruled.
Generally speaking, a civilian like Ms. Phillips would not be trained to respond to an attack in the same manner that you would.
I don't know that.
You had no reason to believe that Ms. Phillips was armed and able to defend herself with a weapon on February 22nd, is that correct?
On February 22nd?
Yes.
I don't know that.
No evidence to believe that she had a firearm in her possession, right?
I did not hear anything about a firearm, no.
And the version of events, at least that you got, was that this incident between Mr. and Mrs. Phillips would have happened very quickly?
It sounded as though it happened very quickly.
all the questions I have.
Redirect? Yeah, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take about a 5-minute break so we can get things in order, and again, don't talk about the case. We'll see you back in 5-10 minutes.
try to point it in this direction because I'm sure. Yeah,
Can we bring the jury up?
I think I'll do my best.
Can we bring the jury up?
Yes.
All right, everybody may be seated. Got the redirect.
Sergeant Valencia, you were asked questions about what is or isn't in your report and your observations. Do you recall that?
Yes.
What are some of the things that you put in your report?
Statements made by Lori Phillips, my observations of the scene, contact with others, items involving the vehicle.
What do you normally, I guess, put in a report generally, not this particular case?
Generally?
Yes.
Generally, it's the who, what, when, where, why. If we can determine that, we want to put in as much fact as we can while being brief. Items or statements made by people, our observations of what the scene might be like. That's generally what we would put in.
You said facts. Do you put in opinions or facts into your report?
We put in facts. We don't. I'm not putting in an opinion on anything.
Now moving to what you were asked questions about, I guess, the truck and things like that, and what dispatch had told you and what you were aware of. Based on what information you had available, is it your understanding that Ms. Phillips at one point left the residence?
Yes.
She stay? Wait, hold it. Excuse me, ask the question again. Ask the question you just asked again.
You want me to come up or just ask it?
Yeah, just go ahead and ask it again.
Based on what you were aware of, the information that you talked about, is it your understanding that Ms. Phillips had left the residence after having an argument with Mr. Phillips?
All right. Overruled. I'm sorry. I misunderstood. Okay. I thought I misunderstood the question. Go ahead.
Yes, that is correct.
Do you have any knowledge about how long she was away from the residence after she had left?
No.
I'm showing you what has been marked. Well, I'm showing you what's been marked as State Exhibit 61. Tell us what that is.
This appears to be a photograph of when I entered the W driveway, and my squad camera picks up the glasses and Lori farther up in the driveway.
Is that a picture of the squad camera that we saw a few minutes ago?
Yes, it is.
Can you identify the timestamp on it?
The timestamp on this is 064030.
Move to admit Exhibit 61.
Okay. Be received.
Ask that it be published.
Any objection to publishing? Be published?
Are we able to see your headlights in this picture?
Yes, you can see them on the right side on the snowbank and on the left side on that snowbank.
Based on what you can see, can you tell us the direction that your squad car is projecting those headlights?
It's in a northern direction, going up the W driveway.
Is that straight up the driveway?
Yes.
And is that Miss Phillips, or you had discussed, is that Miss Phillips kneeling there?
Yes.
And is that the edge of the driveway?
Yes.
I want to show you what's been previously marked and received as Exhibit 20. Would you describe this as the same or similar angle as what we saw in Exhibit 61?
It's a similar but different angle.
And did you testify previously that you can see the outline of the white sheet covering Mr. Phillips here?
Yes, I can.
Based on what we've seen in Exhibit 61 and this Exhibit 20, can you say why you did not see Mr. Phillips in Exhibit 61?
Overruled. Go ahead. What?
No. The question I had asked, based on 61 to now you've seen Exhibit 20, can you say in the picture that is from your squad camera that we've talked about why you cannot see Mr. Phillips' body?
It's possible that I cannot see Mr. Phillips' hands or his arm as Lori may be kneeling across both of them, blocking that view.
No further questions, and I asked to admit exhibits that I haven't already done so.
I think they're all received. Go ahead. Crosse, recross.
Lori may also have not been kneeling across Mr. Phillips' arms at that point. Right?
I'm saying could be one factor.
And the converse could be true as well, right? That Mr. Phillips just may not be visible from this position, correct?
It's possible.
Nothing further.
Any redirect? All right. Thank you. Why don't we take all the exhibits from here? I'll get the closest one. All right. Thank you. Step back. Want to call your next witness?
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Proceed over here.
Can you please state your name for the record if you've not already done so?
Lisa Knutson.
What is your occupation?
Currently,
Currently.
I am a part-time deputy medical examiner, and my full-time job is psychiatric nurse practitioner.
Were you, I guess the way you answered that, have you been previously employed?
Yes, I was a
Okay.
registered nurse in the emergency department as well as in a clinic capacity in 2019.
How are you employed in February 2019? Is that the answer?
Yeah, deputy medical examiner and then RN.
And does that require any special education?
Yes, I have a master's degree.
Were you called, or did you receive a call relating to your employment on February 23rd, 2019?
Yes, I did.
Oh,
Oh, sure.
Do you recall responding?
Yes,
I guess
did.
what did you do once you received this call? What call did you receive? What did you do next?
I received a call or I received a page to contact dispatch regarding a deceased subject.
What happened next?
I actually was dispatched through to Sergeant Valencia, and he kind of gave me an update as to what I needed to, if anything extra to grab on my way, and then I met him there at the scene.
Okay. When you say the scene, what are your duties? What does that entail? What are you supposed to be doing in a situation like that?
I take pictures, I investigate the scene, go through the area around the body, take care of the body, take pictures of that. Anything involved with the body is what I generally take care of.
So once you were there, I guess, do you know what time you got there on scene, on this particular scene that you're talking about?
You would have to read my report as the approximate time. It was 7:30 something, I believe,
Okay.
a.m.
Were there other people on scene before then?
Yes.
Can you tell us who?
Sergeant Valencia, I believe, Tri-State was either just leaving or they were still there. And there may have been another investigator or two in the vicinity of the house.
When you talk about the, body, generally a body, I guess, did you already let us know what you knew going into this particular situation? If so, can you answer that question?
I only knew that there was a deceased male that had been outside.
And then with all the information that you're gathering or receiving, what do you do with it after the fact?
I have a computer program that's called MDI that goes into, and then I also do a written report as well.
As part of your investigation, did you learn anything about the snow, weather, that kind of thing?
Yes, I need to get the temperature, and if there was any precipitation, I get that information from dispatch.
Okay. Are you able to answer if it snowed on this day or the day before? February 23rd or February 22nd, 2019?
It snowed, I believe, 0.15 inches between, I think it was after 2. You'd have to look at my report for exact time.
2 a.m. on the 22nd or 2 p.m. on the 23rd?
I'm
2 a.m. on
going
the
to object
23rd.
to move to strike hearsay confrontation if she's receiving weather information from elsewhere.
Overruled. This is part of a reporting. Go ahead. Part of a reporting.
The clarification I had asked is that 0.15 inches, and you said 2. Is that 2 a.m. on the 22nd or 2 p.m. on the 23rd?
2 a.m. on the 23rd, correct? Yeah, 23rd.
So the night before you got there, or the
night before? Yeah, the night before.
Okay.
Couple hours because it was still snowing.
Did you do any examination of the body of Mr. Phillips?
I did.
Can you tell us what you observed?
A middle-aged deceased male with no respiratory or cardiac activity that was laying partially in a snow edge.
Can Can you describe how the property was set up just briefly? Do you recall how the property was set up?
I do. It was a horseshoe driveway, so it was, I don't know, the west or the east of the each side of the driveway.
Were there structures?
Yes, they're looking straight on. It was the primary residence. To the left of that, like straight down the driveway, was a garage. And then there's another structure to the right of the garage.
Did you go into any of the structures?
I did.
Did you go into the house?
I did.
Are you able to recall kind of the layout of the house or what you observed? Just walk us through the walkthrough, if you will.
It was tidy. There wasn't, much clutter in the house. I took pictures as I was moving through the house. There was a couple things on the counter in the kitchen. The dryer was going, but the washer wasn't. There was a blanket on the couch. The bed was disheveled.
Is there anything you remember about the way the rooms were positioned or anything like that?
I don't without some sort of map.
Your Honor, I'm handing Ms. Knutson what's been marked as State Exhibit 34, 38, and then through 43. Ms. Knutson, are you able to identify those photos, or can you tell us what those photos are? Are they familiar to you?
Yes, they are familiar. They are photos of at the scene that morning.
Did you take those?
I can't be 100% sure unless I saw the number on the photograph.
Are you certain that they are from the scene, though?
Yes.
Okay. Are they true and accurate copies to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Ask for the admission of Exhibits 34 and then I think 37 through 43. 38 through 43.
Any objection?
No.
Okay, they'll all be received then?
Ask to display Exhibit 34.
Go ahead.
Can you tell us what this is a picture of?
That is a picture of the red Dodge Ram truck that was right outside the front door of the residence, and the black truck is my medical examiner vehicle.
Okay. Ask to show Exhibit 35. Or excuse me, 38. We already did 35. And I am showing the next 2 or 3 are sensitive. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
Yes, this is a photo of the decedent, Mark Phillips.
Okay. Are there any observations that you can point out here or anything you would like us to know about this photo?
I guess I'm not sure what the question is. I'm sorry.
So the question I'm asking is, did you indicated that you did an examination of the body, or is that true?
Yes, that is true.
Is there anything about this picture that, based on your training experience, that we need to be aware of?
There's discoloration. He's not breathing or no cardiac activity. There's some discoloration, some from being in the snow and some from being deceased. There's some fluid, reddish in color, coming from his nose.
Ask to show Exhibit 39. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
Yes, that is the left flank of Mr. Phillips when we rolled him.
The various red marks we're seeing, can you tell us what those are?
The bright red are abrasions, where you can see that the streaking where the bright red is, and then the pink discoloration that is kind of behind that is called lividity, and that's when the blood pools when a body's in that position for a while.
I'm sorry, that's called what?
Lividity.
And you said that was?
When a body is in a certain position for a while, the blood drain, it goes to the lowest source.
Okay. Asked to see Exhibit 40. What are we looking at here?
So there's a couple of things. The pink area is the lividity we talked about, and there's probably some cold included in that, and there's some discoloration along the spine.
Did you, as part of your investigation, did you look in the truck?
Yes.
Asked to show Exhibit 41. Can you tell us what we're looking at?
This is the passenger seat.
Did you take this photo?
Again, possibly I would have to look at the exact photo number.
Okay. I guess, are you able to, when you looked in the truck, was this, the items we're seeing on the screen, were they already there at that point? Did you move them? Did something happen?
I did not move them. This was the exact spot they were.
To the right there, is there something there?
There is a coat that was partially over it, yes. You can see it from a different angle.
Partially over it, was that moved?
To the side, yes.
Asked to show Exhibit 42. Can you tell us what this is?
This is the door, I believe, going into one of the outbuildings. I believe this was the man cave. I'd have to look at the whole building, but I believe that to be the case.
Asked to show Exhibit 43. Is this that same structure?
Yes.
Did you make any observations of the truck while you were taking pictures of it?
Just that it seemed out of place with the other vehicles that were either in the driveway or our vehicles. It was, the shininess kind of stuck out. There was icicles on different parts of the outside of the truck.
But did you observe any signs of denting, abrasion, scratches, anything like that?
Mm-mm. No, I did not.
And when you say shininess, you're referring to?
Just, it was shiny. I don't.
Okay. In contrast to the other cars?
Correct.
Okay. Correct. Those are all the questions I have.
Redirect?
Thank you. Just tonight, just want to clarify some things about your role in this investigation.
Yes.
When you said you had a master's degree, was that in nursing?
Yes, that is.
Okay, so in other words, you don't have a specific master's degree in to be a medical examiner. You have that for your full-time job as a psychiatric nurse practitioner.
Correct.
And you're not a forensic pathologist, right?
No.
So you're not the one doing autopsies or coming to a cause of death, right?
No.
You're not declaring a manner of death, right?
No.
And that role is left to a physician, a forensic pathologist, right?
Correct.
Just briefly, my assumption is that when you arrived on scene, you spent at least your initial time out by where Mr. Phillips's body was. Is that correct?
That is correct.
How much time would you estimate you were out there for?
I believe it was approximately 3 hours, give or take.
Okay. And at some point you went into the house?
Correct.
And was Lori Phillips still there at that point, or had she departed at that point?
I believe she was still there.
There were other people in the house as well?
Yes.
Friends and family?
Yes.
And at least one other police officer, right?
Yes.
If we get State's Exhibit 41 up.
All right, it's up there.
All right. Published 41. Get the Elmo, please. All right, so Ms. Knutson, that's kind of the state of the front passenger side of the truck as you viewed it.
Yes.
And it looks like we have a mishmash of various items on that part of the truck. Is that correct?
Yes.
Looks like I can count at least 2 like foam can coolers. Is that right?
Yes.
And we're working laser now, so we'll try this. Looks like we have some gum.
Yes.
Those appear to be tokens or tavern chips for drinks.
I believe so, yes.
Can't quite tell what that is. It might be a radar detector or something.
Yes.
And various paperwork and other items.
Yes.
All right. And it looks like several of these items are fairly close to the edge of the passenger side of the seat. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And
That's close to the stitching there.
Yeah. And all right. Appear to be just kind of piled up in one pile there on the passenger side seat.
Yes.
All right. Now, when you said the truck was shiny, is it fair to say that it was a brand new truck?
Sure.
You're aware that the truck was a brand new 2019 Dodge Ram?
I did not know what year it was, no.
Okay. All right, nothing further.
Any,
Reader,
Did you-
I know, Your Honor.
okay, thank you, may step down.
Thank you.
Right. Time for another witness.
So, Your Honor, our next witness is Brandon Stotinger. We expect him to be short, and then that should get us right to around lunch. The witness we will be calling after that, we expect to be
That's fine.
sometime.
Oh, go ahead. Call time.
Brandon Stotinger?
He was the deputy inside during that testimony? Were you here for that testimony?
So, did Deputy Stotinger, are you asking if he was the deputy inside the house? And
No. Was
Can we get a sidebar?
Yeah, please.
Come on up, Deputy Stotinger. We'll go from there.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Can you state your occupation for the record?
Sheriff's Deputy, La Crosse County Sheriff's Office.
And that's how you're currently employed?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been in that occupation?
21 years.
How many years?
21.
So were you employed on February 23rd, 2019 in that occupation?
Yes, sir.
Were you called in to assist in any calls that day?
I was.
What can you tell us about it? What happened?
Approximately 6:30 a.m., myself and Sergeant Valencia, my supervisor, we were dispatched to a what was called in as a deceased person on County W. The female caller, which ended up being Ms. Phillips, called 911 stating that she believed her husband, Mr. Phillips, was deceased in a snowbank.
What were your on-scene duties?
Originally, my on-scene duties was to coordinate with first responders and fire, rescue, traffic direction. It's a precarious area there. There's a hill, there's an S-curve. We wanted to make sure all the first responding units could get in and out safely.
When you had arrived on scene, were there other people already there?
Sergeant Valencia and Ms. Phillips.
Did other, I guess, people involved in the scene, did they arrive before you or after you, or were you the second on scene?
I know for sure that people arrived after me. I can't recall if anybody else was before me.
Were you wearing a body camera during this time?
No, sir.
Why not?
We had not had body cameras issued at that time.
Did you meet with Ms. Phillips?
I did make contact with Ms. Phillips.
In the driveway, or?
Yes, sir, initially in the driveway.
What happened next?
I asked Ms. Phillips if we could go in the house. I wanted to remove her from the scene. It appeared she was starting to become hysterical, and I was trying to console her. I was trying to get her away from the scene. I was trying to care for her well-being at that time.
Did she tell you anything about what was going on?
Yes. She said that they had an argument earlier in the night, approximately 11 p.m. She said she left the residence. She went to either the Baymont or Microtel. At that time, she attempted to book a room, but she believes that she booked the room for the wrong date, so she went to Woodman's. She went to Woodman's to sleep for a short period of time. She said she returned home at approximately 2 a.m. Early that next morning. She told me that they did have a camera system, but she shut the cameras off as to not wake Mr. Phillips. She said she went inside. If I recall, she attempted to sleep on the couch for a short period of time. She then went upstairs and went to bed.
What information were you aware of prior to that?
That Mr. Phillips was deceased, and it appeared he was deceased in the driveway. And all of what Mrs. Phillips had told me, that was it. That was the only information I had.
Okay. Did she say anything other than what you told us that was of note?
Yes, sir. Short of letting her make phone calls and attempting to reach next of kin and friends and family, and trying to console her, trying to provide the sources that the Sheriff's Department can provide her, clergy, chaplain, those types of things. She did mention to me when she left, she believed the passenger door of the truck was open, and she told me, but I did not hit him or anything.
At that time, had anyone suggested to you that Mr. Phillips was hit?
No, sir.
From your memory, is there anything that you can think of that you did to suggest or elicit that statement?
Not at all.
And what was your primary purpose in speaking with Ms. Phillips at that time?
I was just trying to get her away from the scene for her own well-being, to console her and help her with anything she needed for her mental health at that time.
Last set of questions for me. The location of this house, are you familiar with it?
I am, sir.
Can you tell us what town it was in?
Town of Alaska?
Is that in the county of La Crosse?
Yes, sir.
Is that in Wisconsin?
Yes, sir.
Judge, I asked the record to reflect jurisdiction, and that's all I have.
Any objection?
No.
Record reflect jurisdiction, go ahead.
Let's reiterate for a moment that your impressions of Ms. Phillips when you first came into contact with her. You noted during your direct examination that she was, quote, becoming hysterical. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Very upset?
Yes, sir.
Crying?
Yes.
Appeared to be somebody who was coping with the death of her husband?
Absolutely.
And did you spend some time talking with Investigator Valencia on scene at all before interacting with Ms. Phillips? I know.
Yeah, it's been a long time. If I did, it was brief. I know in my experience in doing this, it's best to get a grieving victim, we would call her. She's still a victim as well, away from the scene as best we can. We don't want her. I don't need her seeing the stuff that we're going to have to do down the road. So that's really my primary function. So.
Sure. And did you know Mr. Phillips before his passing?
Not at all.
Okay. You mentioned you mentioned that Ms. Phillips was shaking profusely. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And one of the things that you did to try and calm her down was bring her back into the house.
Yes, sir.
And fair to say that Lori took some time to calm down.
Yeah, absolutely.
Fair to say that she didn't truly calm down to baseline.
No, I would say not.
And I just want to clarify the statement here because you wrote a report documenting your interactions with Ms. Phillips. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And if I showed you a copy of that report, would you recognize it?
Yes, sir.
I'm showing you what's been recorded through the 509. Let me know if that's your report.
Yes, sir.
Here's the thing, Crystal, I don't think my short's gonna go in that.
Yes, sir. It is my report.
Okay, and you actually capture in quotations the statement of Ms. Phillips attributed, or that Mr. That the state was just asking you about.
Clarify, please.
A statement that you capture in quotations in your police report is an exact statement, right?
Yes, sir. Would you like me to read it?
I will I'll point you to the direction here, and I just want to clarify the exact statement that Ms. Phillips made. Could you read that out loud for me?
Yes, sir. But I didn't hit him or anything. End quote.
Okay, so what Ms. Phillips said to you was, "But I didn't hit him or anything," quote, end quote.
Yes, sir.
Now, at that point, she had also described some of the other aspects of her flight away from the home earlier that day. Is that correct?
Sure. Yes, sir.
And one of the things that she told you is that Mark had become aggressive with her, right?
Yes, sir.
That she was trying to get away from him.
Yes, sir.
That he was coming at her.
Yes, sir.
And it was her belief, at least, that she didn't hit him. Is that correct?
Correct.
In fact, she told you that she was just trying to get away from her husband. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Right. Nothing further. Thank you, Deputy.
Thank you, sir.
Any redraft?
For the purposes used, or only I'd offer.
509, any objection that being received for that?
No, Your Honor. The only reason I hedged my word is I was going to ask Deputy Stoinger, but that's no objection.
Okay. 509 would be received. Go ahead.
Briefly, Deputy Stoinger, did you have a chance to review your report a few moments ago?
I did.
Based on the language in that report, do you remember if you had mentioned these comments to Sergeant Valencia before or after Ms. Phillips had said them to you?
After Mrs. Phillips had said them to me.
Do you, do you know when the report was dictated to dispatch or when it becomes codified? Do you have any knowledge relating to that?
I can go based on based on this type of call, it would have been dictated the next business day. So if this was a Saturday or Sunday, I would have dictated it immediately, within minutes after clearing the scene, and then it would have been typed up by our office staff the next business day.
Okay, so I guess, tell us what dictating, to this.
Yeah, dictating is, we used to have the old-fashioned tape recorders, and as technology progressed, we use our phones now. So into an Android phone, we have a dictating software that we just verbatim dictate our report. So I just say what I did and the facts of the report into this recorder. It gets downloaded to our office, and then secretaries will type it out for us. We then review the report to make sure it's accurate with what we've stated into the recorder, and then we codify it, I guess you'd say.
So I guess
Codify it.
So the information, I guess the report that we both talked about now, does that come from a dictation like that?
Yes, sir.
And did you say you do that almost immediately?
Almost immediately when I clear the scene.
Okay. And do you believe that you did that here?
I'm certain I probably would have.
No further questions.
Any recross?
No.
All right. Thank you. Ms. Step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I move to release Deputy Stoinger from my subpoena.
And
No objection, Doc.
he's relieved from his subpoena. Can we start another witness for the next 20 minutes?
Dr. Riker is here, but I'm not sure there might be a good stopping place.
Well, why don't we, because there's a lot of testimony, let's start, go from that. We'll end at noon, so about 20 minutes of direct.
They call Dr. Riker.
Yeah, I don't know. Message saying, let's call him. I'm going to ask that question to the jury in a second. See if they're okay. Find out. Stupid design. Oh, I'll swear you in right over here. Yep. Before we begin, is the jury comfortable with the temperature? Because you guys okay? All right, a little cold. We're gonna ask them that. Sometimes we have a problem with our fan that's harder to hear things, so we're gonna see if we can turn that off. But we'll go from there. We'll turn it back on during lunch. Okay, let's begin.
Good morning.
Morning.
Can you state your name for the record, please?
My name is Dr. Ross Riker, Reichard.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a forensic pathologist and a neuropathologist.
And does that mean you're a medical doctor?
Yes.
Dr. Riker, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 48. Can you tell me what that is, please?
It's a copy of my curriculum vitae and bibliography. It's my CV.
Curriculum vitae, that's like a resume.
Yep.
Can you explain for the jury what training you've had to become a forensic pathologist?
Yes, so after I graduated from medical school in Louisville, Kentucky, I went to the University of Texas Southwestern Medical Center in Dallas and did some of my pathology training. So I studied two areas, anatomic pathology and neuropathology. So anatomic pathology is a general part of pathology where you learn to look at specimens under a microscope, to diagnose cancers, perform autopsies, that sort of thing. And then I also trained in neuropathology, which is a subspecialty in pathology focused on injuries and diseases of the brain, spinal cord, muscle, nerve. From there, I went to Stanford University in California and did another year of pathology training. Then I went to the University of New Mexico in Albuquerque, New Mexico at the Office of the Medical Investigator and did a forensic pathology fellowship.
And do you have any board certifications?
Yes.
What are they?
I'm board certified in anatomic pathology, neuropathology, and forensic pathology.
How long, or what is your current position?
I'm on the staff at Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota.
And what are your primary duties there?
Doing forensic pathology / autopsy pathology, as well as neuropathology.
And how long have you been doing that?
At Mayo, I've been there for 12 years, and then I was on the staff for 7 years in New Mexico before I moved to Rochester. So I guess starting to add up to big numbers, 19 years. Doing it, so.
I'm sorry, I did not catch the end of after 19.
Yeah, starting to add up to big years, 19 years of doing that.
So, Your Honor, I will ask if there's any objection to recognizing Dr. Riker as an expert in the area of pathology.
No, none at all.
Okay. You received, or go ahead.
Dr. Riker, can you describe for the jury what an autopsy is?
So an autopsy, often also called a postmortem examination, is when you do a pretty standard process of an examination of an individual to try to understand the cause of death, which is the underlying reason why they died, and the manner of death, which is the circumstances around why they died. And so what we do is we begin with what's called an external examination, so where we look over the individual, do things, measure their height, their weight, that sort of thing, and also examine them for any evidence of injury or natural diseases. From there, we make a surgical or large surgical type incision called a Y incision so that we can open up the chest and abdomen and look at the organs in situ or in place. And so we're looking to see if they have any evidence of natural disease or evidence of trauma. We also will then remove those organs and examine them and dissect them individually, including examination of the brain. And then we will take small samples of tissues from each of those organs to ultimately make slides so that we can look at under the microscope. So things that we might not be able to see with the naked eye, we might be able to see if it's under a microscope. We also collect other specimens that we can do other testing, such as toxicology.
And what is toxicology?
So just testing of samples to see if there's any, drugs or alcohol or other things in their blood, in their system.
And where do you usually take those samples? Is there a standard set of samples that you take for toxicology?
Yes.
And what are those?
We typically collect urine and blood. For toxicology, we sometimes collect additional specimens that can also be used, like sections of liver, for example. Okay, sure.
Now, you've described sort of the process of the autopsy. How would you describe determining the cause of death of an individual?
So there's a couple things to understand with the cause of death. So that's the underlying reason why someone dies, which is, so say they have cancer that's spread everywhere. So they have lung cancer, or breast cancer, or colon cancer. Then the underlying reason that they died was because of that underlying disease process. A lot of people think about, like their heart stops beating, like a cardiac arrest from, say, they have bad coronary artery disease, but that is really what's called the mechanism of death. So that's the actual physiologic change that resulted in their death. But what we're trying to determine is the underlying reason why their heart stopped beating or they stopped breathing. And so if you have, say, traumatic injuries, for example, say you get shot or something, you might die because you've lost a lot of blood, but the reason why you died, the cause of death, would be from your multiple gunshot wounds. And so it wouldn't be on the death certificate the loss of blood, it would be the underlying reason that you lost that blood, which is the cause of death. So it would be the gunshot wounds as an example.
Now, as part of your autopsy, do you go through everything that you examine or that you discuss, like toxicology, pathology of organs, even if the cause of death may seem obvious?
Yes, I mean, we will routinely look at on all of our cases that fall under our medical examiner jurisdiction. We routinely do toxicology testing on all of those, and then we'll take samples of the tissues and look at them under the microscope. And so once we have done the autopsy, looked under the microscope, got those other results back, any other testing we might do, other information we might integrate into our findings, then we will complete the report and determine the cause and manner of death.
And would you describe determining a cause of death as a logical inference based on the observations you've made of the body?
Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, it's our medical opinion of why we think someone died.
Your Honor, this actually may be a good place to stop because I'd be moving on to the actual circumstances of Mr. Phillips.
All right, so let's take our lunch break. I just want to get a couple more minutes in so we don't delay things. Again, don't talk about the case. Lunch should be here in the next 10 minutes or so. If you need breaks or anything else, let us know, and we'll go from there. Again, just to give you try to be done at 4 o'clock today. So if you need to make plans, you know it's not going to go much longer than that. All right, we'll see you after lunch. One thing I forgot to say, I'm sorry. Let's say at 1:15, we'll start back up.
I'm sorry, what was it?
1:15.
On that.
take a couple housekeeping matters before we begin. First of all, we had the blower off, so hopefully it's easier for people to hear. Media would like you to stick around the microphone a little bit more. If you can't, that's fine. This is not here, this is here for the trial. No, you know, you have to do what you have to do as attorneys. And then the other issue is I don't think this was an issue that the jury was out in public. Please, everybody avoid the jury if they see them, but we're going to make sure they only go out, not in front anymore, but out back. We just talked about that just to make sure there was no issues. There was no issue at lunch. Nobody talked to them or anything. We just wanted to make sure everybody knew that.
I thought
Sure.
there was information that the protester talked to some of the...
No, they did not. According to the bailiffs, they did not talk to them. No.
Judge, can we, I guess, put on the record what the content or the scope of the...
Apparently there was somebody out with a sign about something that had nothing to do with this trial, and walked by.
Okay.
Mr. Greenkey sent an email. He said he saw them talking to juries.
There's somebody with a sign out on the corner. Signs.
I don't believe it's about, I mean, I honestly don't believe it's about the trial. I just wonder if it's
Well, I don't know if that's accurate. I mean, the bailiffs were right there. And Terry was there.
Right now I'm on the judge.
Yeah.
You mean?
I don't know what the accurate is. It doesn't matter what happened. There was no exchange about the trial. If there was any type of exchange, so as far as we can tell, there was no information passed of that sort. Jury was talking amongst themselves, so not talking about the trial, from what I understand. So, so anything else we need to talk about before we bring the jury in? Anything else from the state?
No, thank you.
All right. Once the jury's ready, bring them on in.
Can you hit record on the Tomo's red circle? On the screen, that red circle one? Nope. There. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Red light is flashing. Timer is working.
All right, everybody may be seated. Proceed with direct examination.
You just say cut.
I think when we left, we were last year, we were talking about how you determine cause of death. Is that your recollection?
Yes.
And do you recall whether or not you were requested to conduct an autopsy of Mark Phillips on February 26th of 2019?
Yes, I do.
I am showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 49. Tell me what that is, please.
It's a copy of my autopsy report and toxicology results.
Given the length of time since the autopsy, and I'm sure you've conducted many autopsies in the meantime, would referring to your report refresh your recollection on certain details?
Yes, that'd be useful.
And do you believe that is a true and accurate copy of the report you prepared, and any additions such as the toxicology reports?
Yes.
How did you receive Mr. Phillips' body on the 26th?
It's received in a sealed body bag.
How is it sealed?
Just with a plastic tag that closes the bag that the body's enclosed in.
Now, the body was recovered on February 23rd of 2019. Actually, strike that. I'm going to go back. Is that the typical way you receive a body for examination?
Yes.
Now, there were 3 days between the time that Mr. Phillips' body was collected and when you examined it. Are there any concerns about performing an autopsy 3 days after death, or at least when a body was recovered?
Not in this case, there wasn't.
And why were there no concerns, to your knowledge?
He'd been refrigerated, so the body had been maintained in a cold environment, is my understanding. So.
Now, you indicated earlier that as part of your procedure for conducting an autopsy, you do an external examination.
Yes.
And and that includes a collection of general data like height and weight.
Yes.
Do you recall how tall Mr. Phillips was?
He was 178 centimeters.
And for someone who, like me, who's not very good with metric, are you able to estimate what that would be in the imperial system?
It's roughly 5 feet, 10 inches, something along those lines.
And what was his body weight?
100.1 kilograms.
And what does that translate to in the imperial system?
About 220 pounds.
And as a result of those measurements, did you calculate a body mass index?
Yes.
What was that?
31.6 kilograms per meter squared.
And so that body mass index, that classifies individuals into, or what does the body mass index do?
With that index, it would be, obese.
His body would be termed obese?
Yes, that would be classified.
Were there any other notable observations that you made during the external examination of Mr. Phillips' body?
Yes.
Could you detail those, please?
Yes, so just starting at the top, on his face, he had abrasions, which are scrapes, and so he had scrapes on both, or abrasions on both the right and left side of his face. And then he had some blood that was coming out of his nose or his nostrils. On his torso or his body, I guess chest and abdomen, on his left side, he also had an abrasion or a scrape. And then on his extremities, on his left upper arm, he had some abrasions. And then on the lower left leg, he also had some abrasions and a contusion or a bruise on the left sort of thigh region and down below the knee as well. And then he also had a scrape on his right knee and a bruise on his right leg just below the level of the knee. So in summary, some abrasions or scrapes and bruises in a few different areas on his body.
Why were those documented in your report of those observations?
just documenting the evidence that there were some injuries to the body as part of our routine practice.
Did they have any significance to you at that time?
I mean, they're injuries, and so, I mean, that's significant. I would take that to be significant.
And can you, after documenting the condition of the external exam, you indicated the next thing that you would do is open up the chest cavity?
Yes.
And when you did that, what did you observe?
Yes, so we opened up the chest and abdomen typically first, and so one of the first things I appreciated was that there was blood in the left side of the chest cavity. So that's called a hemothorax, so that just means blood within that thoracic cavity. So he had, a little over a liter of blood there. On the left side, he also had a number of fractures or bones that were broken, specifically his ribs. And so he had a number of rib fractures. So he had some in the back of his chest cavity that were broken, and they're what are called compound fractures, where they're broken and sort of sticking out. And so those were associated with injuries of the lung. He also had rib fractures that were on the side and then towards the front of the chest. So a number of rib fractures were present, all on the left side, with associated bleeding into that chest cavity.
You said there is a little over a liter of blood. Is that significant to you?
Yes.
In what way is it significant?
I mean, it tells you that when the injuries occurred, he was alive, so that the heart is pumping, so the blood is being able to come out of those damaged tissues or blood vessels that are there. And obviously that can have effects on the physiology of what's going on or with the person functioning just because of the blood loss.
Is 1 liter of blood a lot of blood?
I mean, depending on the size of a person, there's, roughly around 5 liters normally in a person, so 20%.
Did you note any injuries to major veins or arteries?
Not specifically, so like the vessels of the heart, the aorta, or the other big vessels that are connected to the heart were intact.
Does that give you any idea about a rate of blood loss or how quickly that blood would have accumulated in the chest?
I mean, if you damage the biggest vessel, the aorta, that blood's going to accumulate very, very quickly. Damage to the lungs and the other soft tissue can, bleed, not as fast, but it's hard to say exactly how long it would take for that amount of blood to accumulate.
Besides the fractures to the rib, was there ribs? Were there any other findings that you made in the chest or the thorax area?
No.
Did Mr. Phillips appear to be in good general health?
Yes, I mean, he had some, a little bit of underlying natural disease, but otherwise, healthy.
There any indication that he had any diseases of the bone or skeleton that would cause his bones to fracture more easily?
No.
After examining the thoracic area, making those observations of ribs and the blood that had accumulated, what did you do next?
Well, then we examined the abdominal area, and so there weren't any traumatic injuries of the abdomen.
Did you discover any other traumatic injuries on Mr. Phillips' body?
Yes.
And what were those?
So then when the scalp was reflected, he had a bruise over the side of his head on the left side, the left temporalis. Also had a contusion or bruising of that soft tissue. And then once we removed the skull, there was blood that had accumulated on top of the brain. That's called subdural hemorrhage. And so that's bleeding underneath one of the layers that's on that encompasses and protects the brain.
And is a subdural hemorrhage or subdural hematoma, is that consistent with any is that associated with any other conditions that might affect the brain?
Not exactly sure what you're asking, to be honest.
That's something that's consistent with a concussion?
I mean, so you can have a subdural hemorrhage and have a concussion, but it is possible to get a subdural hemorrhage from trauma and not have a concussion. But then, particularly in this scenario, the likely cause of the subdural, the cause of the subdural is from trauma, and so that does tell you that there's been some sort of impact to the head, or the head has impacted something, and so it's possible that there could be physiologic effects on the brain that we wouldn't be able to pathologically identify in autopsy.
So in an autopsy, you can't tell whether or not somebody has suffered from a concussion?
No, not typically.
You had mentioned earlier that also there is toxicology that is performed. What were the findings with Mr. Phillips?
So he had a blood ethanol concentration of 149 milligrams per deciliter. And he also had diphenhydramine at 59 nanograms per milliliter.
What is diphenhydramine?
That's like an antihistamine. It's just, commonly people think of it as Benadryl, something people would take for allergies, for example.
And was there any toxicology discovered in his urine?
Yes, he had a urine ethanol concentration of 204 micrograms per deciliter.
Can you explain to the jury why there's a difference in the toxicology or in the amounts of ethanol, which is alcohol commonly, in the blood versus the urine?
Yes, the way ethanol or alcohol is distributed in your body is associated with how much water concentration is in that tissue. Ethanol goes throughout your entire body, and so when there's more water, there's a higher concentration of ethanol in that particular fluid or tissue type. So there's more water in your urine than there is in your blood, so you will get higher concentrations of that alcohol in your urine than you do in your blood.
Is it fair to say that the alcohol in the urine is something that's being excreted by the body and is so no longer psychoactive?
Yes.
What does psychoactive mean?
It's not affecting, the way it's not affecting you physiologically. So we use the urine to test to see if someone has been exposed to different types of drugs or alcohol, because your body quickly metabolizes it or changes it. So it's a way for us to easily see if someone has consumed something. But what we're really looking for is if it's in your bloodstream, because then it tells you it's having a physiological effect on you, so it's actually affecting the way you might behave, your heart rate, your blood pressure, et cetera.
So, at the conclusion, did you list a cause of death before you received the toxicology?
I don't remember off the top of my head the exact. I'd have to look. Probably not, but I would have to double check the exact dates.
Okay. Once you concluded your investigation that you described with the notable or the notations that you've made, did you determine a cause of death of Mark Phillips?
Yes.
And what was that cause of death?
Multiple blunt force injuries.
What does that mean, blunt force injuries?
So there's a number of different types of injuries that you can have, and one of those is blunt force, and so that's when a flat, a relatively flat or blunt object is striking tissue, or the tissue is striking something that's relatively flat. So like your head hits the windshield of a car, or you fall and hit your head on the sidewalk, or your knee or elbow, that's blunt force. That's in contrast to something like sharp force injuries, which is, as the name implies, an instrument, a knife or what have you, cuts through the tissue. And so what that means for us is like a cutting appearance. You can see that the tissue has been incised or cut, whereas blunt, it's really tearing apart the tissue. And so it has a different appearance when we look at it.
And you said it was multiple blunt force injuries. And so were those the injuries to his head?
Yes.
And also to his torso?
Correct.
Now, did you when you're looking at the type of injuries that Mr. Phillips had, how would you describe the nature of the injuries to his chest?
They're blunt force injuries. There's things that are to note is that, they're all on one side of the chest, and so they're not on both sides of the chest. So it seems to be isolated to a particular region where some sort of impact or injury occurred. The posterior rib fractures in particular the bones are fractured and puncturing into the lungs, and with the injuries on the side of the chest and the front would fit with something that could be like a compression type of injury, potentially. But that's the caveat that it's not specific for that, but it is something that would be consistent with a crushing type of injury.
So compression or crushing
Yes.
type of injury? And posterior, that was a word you used, that means like rear or behind?
Sorry, yes, the back, the ribs on the back towards the spine.
Now, if based on other blunt force trauma cases that you've seen, can you have an opinion about the type of force that would be required to cause that type of injury to a body?
I think it would be significant force. I don't have a specific number that I would use. Those type of injuries, I've other cases that in my training and experience that I've seen it in have been things where people fallen from a significant height, motor vehicle accidents, people have been run over by vehicles. Just talking about those specific fractures in isolation, not the rest of the circumstances of the autopsy and findings.
Dr. Riker, I'm about to show you some photos.
While we're waiting, Judge, these are going to be sensitive in nature.
Dr. Riker, I've shown you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 50 through 60. Can you examine them and describe them generally, please?
Yes, these are photographs that were taken during the autopsy.
Are those all the photographs that were taken during the autopsy?
No.
And are those photos true and accurate depictions of the observations you made of Mr. Phillips' body on February 26th of 2019?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for admission of Exhibits 50 through 60.
Any objection? For the stipulation, no objection. You received?
And may I publish to the jury?
Any objection?
No, I assume Ms. Kemp is going to be using the Elmo.
We were going to be using PowerPoint.
That's fine.
So the media is aware to not display the screen.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Dr. Reichert, I'm showing you what's been admitted as Exhibit 50. Can you tell the jury what is significant on this photograph of Mr. Phillips' head?
Yes, you're looking at the left side of his face, and this is an area of abrasion that I mentioned earlier, sort of scraping of the skin.
Are there any other observations that are apparent on this photograph?
No.
Moving on to exhibit number 51. Can you describe for the jury what they're seeing here?
Yes, this is looking at the left side of the decedent's face, and again, there's some area of abrasion there.
Is that the left side or the right side?
Excuse me, the right side of his face, I apologize. So the right side of his face, and there's some abrasion.
There's some, what I might think of as discoloration. Is that anything that's significant, the purplish color?
Yeah, so this purplish discoloration is called livor mortis, and so what happens is after someone dies, your blood begins to settle down according to gravity, and so as it begins to pool in the body over time, the body can take on this kind of purplish discoloration, and it's called livor mortis.
Then I am going to just warn the jury that the next photos are more graphic. Everybody needs that warning. So exhibit number 52. Can you explain for the jury what this is showing?
Yes, this is the side of the scalp. So what happened here, just so you're oriented, is that, so this is the scalp that's been reflected or folded forward towards the feet, and then the scalp towards the back has been folded down. So you're looking at the tissue that's underneath the scalp, right on the surface of the skull. And what this white area here is the skull. And so what you're seeing is this blood or that contusion that I mentioned earlier into the temporalis muscle, so into the scalp muscle.
So, and you were indicating with your left hand pointing towards your left temple area, is that what you were referring to?
Yes.
And a contusion, is that also known as bruising?
Yes.
Now, why does this photograph look so wide? Or, why is it there appear to be such a big area that's open there?
Well, I mean, this is the size of the hemorrhage, but what you're seeing here is that there's a layer of tissue that goes over that region, and what I've done is, cut through this tissue and pull it back so it's easier to see where that bleeding is, so it's not as obscured by the soft tissue that would have otherwise been on over the surface of it.
Moving on to Exhibit 53. Can you describe what this is, please?
So this is from the same region, from the left temporal region on the left side of the head. And so this is where you can see this purple discoloration, which is where the contusion or the bleeding has occurred, but it's underneath that tissue. So this is what it looked like before it was, that tissue over the surface was cut into and peeled off of that.
And there's appears to be a slit or a cut there. Is that something that you had made?
Yes, that would have been done in the process of reflecting the scalp and into it to start to appreciate the bleeding there.
And Exhibit 54. Can you describe this picture, please?
So now what you're doing is you're looking basically down on the top of the decedent's head. So again, the scalp has been reflected forward. This is the skull that's been removed. The scalp and skull have also been removed on the back of the head. And so what you're seeing here is the brain, and this is what's called the dura mater. So this is like a very tough piece of tissue that's over the surface of the brain attached to the undersurface of the skull. And this little bit of blood that you're seeing, this dark purple discoloration, is bleeding underneath that dura mater, that tough tissue, and that's called subdural hemorrhage, subdural blood. Sometimes people think it's accumulation hematoma, but so it's showing you that there's been bleeding on top of the brain.
And I don't recall that we talked about this earlier. How is that type of injury, that subdural hemorrhage, how is that caused?
Most typically it's from traumatic injury. So it's typically like what we call an acceleration, deceleration type of injury. So either the head is moving and then it hits a surface, and then the brain continues to move, and it tears these. You can see these little blood vessels that are still attached here. Those are called bridging veins, and so the brain will continue to move within the skull and actually tear those vessels. You can also get this if the brain is accelerated very quickly, and then the brain is lagging behind and tears that. So it's this mismatch between the head is moving, but the brain continues to move, or vice versa. And so that results in tearing or lacerating those vessels, and then the blood accumulating on the surface of the brain.
Is it 55? So Exhibit 55, can you describe what this is for the jury?
Yes, and so what's occurred here is that the front of the chest plate has been removed. So these are where the ribs have been cut on both sides. And then the soft tissue of the chest and abdomen have been pulled back, and all the organs from the chest and abdomen have been removed. So you're looking inside to the person's chest cavity. So it's like you're looking through someone to their back, and this is their his spine here. And then on the posterior side here, where this dark discoloration is, there's where the rib fractures were, and there's some additional rib fractures that you can see here on the side. So these are the ribs coming across. These are, the blood is telling us that the bones are broken, and in this case, you can actually see that the ribs are broken.
Do you recall, or would your report refresh your recollection as to how many of the ribs were broken?
Yes, on the posterior side, the first through 7 were fractured. On the posterior on the side, the third rib through the ninth were also fractured. And then on the anterior surface, which you can't see, the third rib was fractured.
And do you count ribs from the shoulder area down towards the hips?
Yes, you count them from the top down, and so this is like the clavicle area, which is sort of at the top of your shoulder, and then right underneath it, the first one comes around, and then they kind of curve around to the side as they go down, so we count them from the top down.
Now, you said basically the first, I'm clumsily grouping them up, but he had fractures on the left side from his first to his 9th rib?
Third to the 9th.
Third to the 9th rib, excuse me. And
on the posterior lateral, but also on the, you're right, on the posterior, there was the 1st through 7th.
okay. So in total, 1st through 9. How many ribs are there in total?
It depends a little bit between people, but 11 approximately, 10, 11.
And were you able to tell anything about, no, strike that. This is Exhibit 56. Can you please tell the jury what they are seeing?
Yes, and so this is the posterior rib fractures. You can see where the bones are sort of broken and pointed, but yes, that's so.
I'm sorry, the bones are sort of broken and what?
And pointed, and so that's where they've been fractured and have broken apart.
Are those, would they have been the bones that injured the lungs?
Yes.
And the next 57, please. Can you, this is Exhibit 57. Are you able to identify what that is?
That's the right lung, and what this shows is a relatively normal right lung.
Exhibit 58, please. Can you tell me what this is?
So this is his left lung, and what you can see are the areas of dark purple discoloration, and so this is where there's been bleeding and injury into the lungs, and you can see a little bit here where the tissue is disrupted and from the rib fractures, but there's been bleeding into the lungs.
Now, from the multiple blunt force injuries that you indicated, I hope I use the terminology correct. What would be the mechanism of Mr. Phillips' death?
Yeah, so the mechanism or the pathophysiologic reason he could have died could be from a couple of different things. It could be from the accumulation of the blood or air within the chest cavity that can shift the contents of the chest cavity, and that would change the blood flow to the heart and brain and cause death that way. There's also blood that's been lost, and so you have that loss of blood that's also a physiologic factor or reason why someone can also have a death from that. So you have air that's leaking out of the lungs that can contribute to this. So there's a couple different potential mechanisms or reasons why he could have specifically died from these injuries.
Is there any significance to you about the fact that the injuries were mainly contained to one side of the body?
James, I'm going to object. Can we get over?
So just so it's clear, I'm overruling the objection at this point. Go ahead.
Is there any significance to the fact that you observed the majority of the injuries on one side of Mr. Phillips?
I mean, the significance of the distribution of injuries to one area would be important in the context of the entire, investigation and understanding the context of what happened to an individual. So for example, I mean, if you're in a motor vehicle accident, it would be unusual to just have them in a high-speed motor vehicle accident without a seatbelt. Would you have injuries just in one location? No. If someone's assaulted, typically injuries are distributed in different areas. So again, just as examples of how you might correlate this versus having something that's in one particular region does make you think about how that could have occurred.
Now, you described earlier that the fractures to the rib were consistent with compression or crushing. Something like that you also testified to somebody being run over by a vehicle. Did you see any injuries on Mr. Phillips that were consistent with him being struck by a vehicle, as in standing up and being struck in that manner?
No.
Can you describe what you would expect to see in that situation?
Yes, so if you have someone that you're concerned about that's being struck by a vehicle, you look for a number of things. There's things called bumper injuries, for example, and so you will look at an individual's legs to see if they were perhaps upright when they were struck by a vehicle, and so they can be bruising on the surface of those legs, on the outside of the legs. They can have fractures of the bones. Then they can also have internal injuries that's damaging the planes of the tissue within the legs or lower extremities themselves. And that kind of injuries are called avulsion pockets. So we see that when people were struck by a motor vehicle. So those are things that you're looking for because they can help you correlate with the overall investigation of what occurred to an individual.
So did the absence strike that? So you also documented condition of Mr. Phillips' clothing, is that correct?
Yes.
And this is Exhibit 59. Can you explain what we are looking at here?
So these are his pants, and the photo's pretty dark, but there's a tear in the pants towards the middle. Here we can see the frayed fibers, so there's a tear in his pants.
Your Honor, before we continue, could I make a request that we dim the lights?
Yep.
Thank you.
And moving on to Exhibit 60, please. And what are we observing here?
So this is the back of his pants, and we can see that there's tears here in the material of the pants. Somewhat dark, but that's where the material's torn.
Now, you had mentioned earlier in your testimony that besides cause of death, you also determine the manner of death.
Yes.
And can you describe for the jury the various, how you classify manner of death?
Yes, so there's basically 5 manners of death. There's natural accident, suicide, homicide, and undetermined. And based on our opinion, we'll classify them into one of those different categories, interpreting the autopsy findings with other information we have surrounding the circumstances.
In this particular case, how did you classify Mr. Phillips' death, or what did you report as the manner of death?
Undetermined.
And why did you list it as undetermined?
I listed it as undetermined because I did not have specific enough information to say exactly how these injuries occurred and with potential intent associated with them.
Can you describe what you mean by the importance of intent?
Yes, and so if someone, for example, points a gun at their head and pulls the trigger, they're intending to harm themselves, and so we would classify that as suicide. In cases where an individual was struck or run over by a motor vehicle, those can be classified in a number of different ways. One of which would be accident, which is by far the most common. When someone is accidentally struck, a pedestrian is accidentally struck or run over by another individual. But there are scenarios in which people can use a motor vehicle as a weapon and intend to run over or hurt someone or strike them with that. And so in those scenarios, when someone is intending to drive over someone, we would classify those as homicides. And so in this situation, I did not have information enough to know if this, how to classify it best in those categories, and so hence I classified it as undetermined.
So this was a question that came to me. So in my job, if a non-driver was killed in a drunk driving accident, my office, we call those homicides, a drunk driving homicide. How is that? How do you classify that as far as manner of death?
Yeah, so if someone's a passenger or another vehicle struck by an impaired driver, we would still call those accidents unless we knew that that person had intentionally driven that vehicle into another vehicle.
And is this classification system one of your own, or where does this come from?
It's part of the art of medicine and forensic pathology. And so by convention, that's how medical examiners classify those types of deaths.
In your opinion, was alcohol listed as a contributing cause on Mr. Phillips' death certificate?
No. No.
And,
Not that I'm aware of. I mean, to be clear, I didn't sign the actual death certificate.
Okay.
So I'd have to look, but yes.
and do you believe that his alcohol consumption contributed to his death? Or was
No.
that your opinion, I should say?
No, I don't think it did.
Now, we did discuss earlier that you were able to tell that Mr. Phillips did not immediately die from the injuries sustained. Are you able to determine an actual cause, or not cause, time of death?
Not a specific time, no.
Are you familiar with any interventions that would have been able to be performed in the field that may have prolonged his life?
Yes, I mean, there's, a number of interventions that emergency medical services would routinely do in something like an injury like this that could potentially prolong someone's life and be part of their resuscitation.
And could you describe some of those for the jury, at least what you're aware of?
Yes, again, I'm not an emergency medicine physician, but this is pretty standard, and so they, protect the airway to make sure that they can breathe. They focus on your circulation and other sorts of key elements, and so they might make sure that they have plenty of oxygen coming in. They will sometimes put tubes into the chest, which can let the air out so that it doesn't shift the chest organs around. Sometimes they can put tubes into the side of the chest that will drain the blood out. So again, it's not compressing those major organs. They'll also put intravenous catheters, so they'll put things in the blood vessels or sometimes even into bone that will put fluids into a person so that they have something that's like blood that's circulating and ultimately can also give them blood products too. So there's a number of relatively standard things that would occur.
And those interventions could have allowed Mr. Phillips to arrive at a hospital alive.
Judge, I am going to object along the...
Sustain.
Or be strike.
Be struck. Go ahead.
Dr. Riker, can you describe what the term golden hour is?
Judge, same objection.
Sustain.
Dr. Riker, what type of care would somebody who had hospital care would somebody who received these type of injuries require, if you're able to answer that?
Sustain.
One moment, Your Honor. Your Honor, I would move for admission of Exhibit 49, and I have no further questions.
49 was what again? I'm sorry.
That's the autopsy report.
Oh, yeah, no objection.
I love receipts. Crosse?
Good afternoon.
All right, so I just want to summarize, I guess, what some of your conclusions are here today. My understanding is that your intended testimony today was to discuss your pathological and medical findings in the autopsy of Mark Phillips. Is that correct?
My intended, I guess my intention depends on what you all are asking me to answer.
Sure. You're not offering any opinion on whether or not this was a reckless homicide, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. So I want to talk a little bit about avulsion pockets again, and could you described that briefly in your direct with Ms. Skemp, but why is it that avulsion pockets are oftentimes seen in a pedestrian who's standing upright that happens to be struck by a vehicle?
So as the vehicle is traveling and it impacts that, it's creating basically a shearing type of injury that's tearing the tissue along a number of planes. And so as the relatively stationary part of the body, the legs typically get struck by that, it's moving that tissue and it's tearing those tissues along different planes in the lower extremities typically.
And that's something that's fairly common in it. If, for instance, I were crossing the street and were struck head-on by a vehicle, that's the type of injury you would oftentimes see, right?
Yes.
Not always, of course, right?
No, not always.
And then bumping injuries, those are distinct from avulsion pockets?
Bumper injuries, yes.
Yes. Could you describe to the jury what a bumper injury is for an upright pedestrian struck by a car?
Yeah, so typically, say you're just standing there looking at the vehicle, it would strike your legs, and then you could have a contusion or a bruise there. You could have an abrasion or a scrape there. You can even have broken bones underneath, all associated from where the bumper struck the individual.
Okay. And Dr. Riker, in this case, there were neither avulsion pockets nor bumper injuries present on Mr. Phillips. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. So in this case, could Mr. Phillips' injuries have been consistent with one who came upright and then suddenly found himself in a prone or supine position in the ground through a fall or a trip of some nature? In other words, we're assuming that he was upright prior to the whatever caused these injuries, correct?
Yes, he could have been upright before these injuries occurred.
And obviously, something like tripping or falling or getting caught up on a vehicle could bring an upright pedestrian down to a prone or a supine type position. Is that fair to say?
Yes, I think that's fair.
And in this case, I want to talk first about Mr. Phillips' head injuries. So you notice both the exterior injuries to the left side of the head as well as an underlying subdural hematoma. Is that correct?
Yes.
And maybe I missed this, but you used the term hemorrhage instead of hematoma. What is the distinction between the two of them?
Hematoma is like a collection of something. So typically we'll use the term hematoma when there's a larger accumulation of blood. But people use those terms interchangeably, to be quite honest, most of the time.
Sure. So in the sense that you are using the term hemorrhage, does that imply that this is less blood than you would subjectively typically classify as a hematoma, or were you just using the term interchangeably?
No, it's less blood. If there was a larger accumulation, I would have called it a hematoma.
Okay. Dr. Reichert, is this consistent with the type of injury that one might be able to have if they fell suddenly or fell with force from an upright position onto a hard surface like asphalt or concrete?
Yes, definitely falling with force, for sure.
So, for instance, if a pedestrian happened to be standing like I am here, facing a motor vehicle, running parallel, I'm going to go from my left to right, it's possible that that vehicle could throw a person off balance and cause them to get that left-sided head injury with those mechanics in play.
Let me just make sure I have that.
I'm giving you a lot in that hypothetical, doctor. So let's start with this: that if an individual were caught, as I'm standing now facing you, by a vehicle moving from my left to right, one area in which that individual might fall would be to the left. Is that fair to say?
So moving from your left to right, 'cause yeah.
Well,
Okay.
yeah, moving from my right-hand side to my left-hand side, the vehicle is moving, and I get caught on that vehicle. Could that cause me to fall in a leftward manner?
Yes, I think that's possible.
And if an individual are caught or tripped by a moving vehicle, that's enough force to cause this type of injury, this subdural hemorrhaging and the exterior head injury if they strike the pavement with some force. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And you mentioned a term, Doctor, earlier. You said that I'm going to go back to that in a second. Would that be consistent with the type of injury you might see if, for instance, a cyclist who wasn't wearing a helmet and then took a bad spill on the pavement?
The head injury component.
Yes. All right. And in cases like this, you agree that you really can't tell exactly how the trauma occurred, just that it was blunt force trauma of some sort. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And in a case like this, motor vehicle accidents in particular, there can be a lot of different mechanisms of injuries that could cause significant injury to a person like Mr. Phillips, right?
In motor vehicle accidents in general, so I guess I need further clarification of what you mean by that.
Sure.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we already established we can have injury simply from coming from an upright position to a prone position and having blunt force trauma in that manner, right?
Yes.
And we can have injury from blunt force trauma of an individual knocking around, to use the professional legal and medical term, underneath the underside of undercarriage of a vehicle. Is that fair to say?
So if someone's underneath a vehicle, their head is bouncing around, they could call that to those injuries.
It could also cause traumatic injuries elsewhere on the body if there's blunt force trauma impacting portions of the body that in the course of a pedestrian versus motor vehicle. Is that correct?
And just so I understand, so like if a person is under a vehicle and that vehicle is pushing down on a part of their body, they could cause the same sort of findings that we saw in this case.
Yep, and we'll talk about crushing in a second, but I'm talking about blunt force trauma, just the act of striking the ground or striking the truck or striking the underside with some amount of force. That can cause injuries as well.
Yes, just in general, that would cause blunt force injuries.
And in a case like this, it's difficult sometimes to rule out accident as the manner of death. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And I'm going to move on. So injuries like Mr. Phillips had, you said that are some of these injuries, doctor, consistent with Mr. Phillips taking a sudden fall and becoming attached to the vehicle for some period of time where he would be in a position to be dragged?
Yes, that's possible.
And I'm going to show you a photograph here from the scene. This was in the States.
Yeah.
Doctor, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 510. Do you see any visible injuries on that photograph?
Yes.
And does that appear to be an abrasion?
Yes.
All right. Offer 510, Your Honor.
No objection. Be received.
Doctor, I'll just tell you that this is basically the same version as something that's been submitted to the county medical examiner, and I'm going to publish. It is Mr. Phillips. Is an abrasion like this, doctor, consistent with somebody who may have been dragged for a period of time attached to the side of a vehicle?
Yeah, that's a potential mechanism that injury could have occurred.
And showed some photographs of Mr. Phillips's pants. Do you recall whether or not you received his belt with Mr. Phillips' body for examination?
I don't remember offhand.
Okay. Showing it's been marked as Exhibit 15, is that what you're saying about that?
Yes.
Doctor, does this appear to be Phillips at the scene and what was particularly on his belt?
Yes.
Does that belt appear to be out of place or pulled out or damaged in some capacity?
Yes.
And could that be consistent with an item that may have been caught or forced Mr. Phillips into a position where he would come into contact with either the bottom of the vehicle or some other mechanism causing trauma?
Yes, I mean that and the tears of the jeans would all be part of being being pulled underneath a vehicle.
And that can happen, right? If somebody falls close enough to a vehicle, they can be pulled under to a certain degree and become injured either by the underside or the side of the vehicle. Is that correct?
So if someone falls underneath it?
Somebody falls in close proximity to a vehicle, a pedestrian can take a tumble or fall in a position where they're going to come into contact with the vehicle, right?
Yeah, and I guess if someone fell and slipped under the vehicle.
Okay. And that's not something that we can rule out in this case, right? That Mr. Phillips slipped in some capacity in close proximity to a truck that was speeding away from him.
And I don't know that, so.
All right. So, Doctor, you used a term with Ms. Kemp earlier. Let me take that thing down. Talking about crushing, you said it's consistent with but not specific for. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what is the difference between consistency and specific for, Doctor?
I mean, it's consistent because, you know, based on my training and experience, those types of injuries in an isolated area, but then on the back of the ribs, the side, and towards the front would all fit with that being a compression type of injury. And so it would be consistent with that. But taking in isolation, I can't say 100% I know for a fact that this is due to that crushing, but I can say that based on my training and experience that would be consistent with it.
So, yeah, so just to use a hypothetical here, I mean, it would be specific to a gunshot wound if you recovered a bullet slug from somebody's torso, right?
Yes.
However, it might be consistent with that if you noticed an entry-exit wound but couldn't quite determine whether or not it was a firearm or something else.
Potentially. Hopefully we'd be able to tell that was
Sure.
indicative of a gunshot wound.
Sure.
Yeah.
Following up on Ms. Gemp's questions about alcohol, is it fair to assume that you wouldn't typically consider alcohol as a contributing cause of death unless this was a circumstance where a person overdosed or drank to the point where the respiratory function shut down, or in other words, the alcohol was the primary factor that led to a person's death?
Right. It would need to be either the cause of death or a contributing condition in some particular manner. Could be, most typically it is when it's combined with other drugs.
So if somebody was just drunk and behaving recklessly, you wouldn't typically call alcohol a contributing cause of death under those circumstances?
That's correct.
All right. And the 149 ethanol level, is that consistent with the legal version of a 0.149 blood alcohol concentration?
Yes.
And Mr. Phillips was also positive for diphenhydramine or Benadryl, is that correct?
Yes.
And Benadryl can impact or contribute to the intoxicating effects of alcohol, is that fair?
Yes, they can have a synergistic effect or combined effect.
Now, the information that you received from the investigators in this case, Doctor, were you relying primarily on Ms. Knutson, the medical examiner, or did you have contact with law enforcement as well?
I also have law enforcement's reports as well.
Okay. And when you say reports, you actually receive police reports?
Yes.
At any point during your autopsy or your medical investigation, were you informed that Ms. Phillips had claimed to be domestically abused by Mr. Phillips shortly before his death?
I recall that there was some sort of altercation, but I don't recall the specifics.
All right. And, Doctor, I'm going to ask you another question here in response to Ms. Scamp. The availability of emergency medical measures like a chest tube or an intraosseous IV or some of the other measures you were discussing, you agree that that's no guarantee that those measures would have saved a person's life?
Yes, it's no guarantee.
And it's impossible to tell how quickly Mr. Phillips died in this case, is that correct?
Not specifically, no.
Quite possibly could have been very quick.
Yeah, it could have been minutes.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Redirect?
Following up on those last questions, those life-saving measures could have extended the minutes that Mr. Phillips had to survive and allow him to get to a hospital. Is that accurate?
Yes, they potentially could have.
So what is the golden hour?
Judge, objection.
Your Honor,
Saying this is still not relevant.
he opened the door when he...
No, he didn't. Go ahead. Move on.
And it is, there's a body being displayed. This is Defense Exhibit 510. I believe Mr. Zacher asked you about those injuries that you see on Mr. Phillips' torso. And he asked you if they were consistent with being dragged. Can you tell by looking at this which side of the body these injuries are on?
I believe they're on the left side. Yes.
Could they also be consistent with sharp objects having been dragged or pulled across the skin?
It's something that's scraping the skin, right? So it's an abrasion, so it's a scrape. And so there's lots of possibilities of how you can get a scrape.
And strike that. Mr. Zacher had asked you about tripping over a vehicle or some part of a vehicle. Did you see any injuries on Mr. Phillips' legs that were consistent with that kind of tripping injury?
I mean, he had some abrasions and some bruises on his legs, but I don't know if he tripped. I don't know if of specific tripping type of injuries. So.
Switch to my computer.
Cover that.
So, Dr. Riker, I am showing you what's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit number 31. In the course of your investigations of other deaths, did Mr. Phillips have an injury on his body that was consistent with being struck by a side view mirror?
Objection beyond the scope of Crosse.
Sustained.
Your Honor, it's not beyond the scope of Crosse. Do you want us to?
Ask your question one more time.
Okay. Are there any injuries? So Mr. Zacher asked, I'll ask it a different way. Mr. Zacher had asked you about I think it was the bruise of his left temporalis and the subdural hemorrhaging that could have been caused by a vehicle moving from his right, pushing him onto his left side. Am I summarizing that line of questioning correctly?
Yeah. That's my recollection.
Is it also possible or consistent with the injuries you saw on Mr. Phillips that if he was facing this pickup truck, but maybe standing to the side, that a side view mirror would cause that bruise to his left temporalis muscle?
Objection beyond the scope of Crosse.
Overruled. Go ahead.
I mean, if the side view mirror or what have you impacted the side of that his head with some force, it could cause that contusion or bruising of the scalp and push him to the ground.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Recross?
Briefly. Doctor, are you aware of how far up the side view mirrors were on the diagram?
No.
And if a side view mirror struck somebody with enough force to give them subdural hemorrhaging, might one expect to see some form of damage to the side view mirror in the process?
I don't know.
And if a side view mirror struck an individual on the left side, as the state implied in this case, would you not also, in some cases, see a corresponding injury to the side that the individual fell onto?
You could have multiple impact sites. I mean, in that scenario.
Nothing further.
Any redirect? Anything further?
No.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Doctor. Why don't you give us any exhibits you have?
Oh yeah, I won't. No.
Why don't we take an afternoon break right now, since we have natural time. Take about 10 to 15 minutes, and we'll see you then. Thank you.
Thank you.
And
Everybody may be seated. Stay ready to call your next witness.
We are, Your Honor. State would call Corey Strawbauer.
You can come right over here, Mr. Strawbauer. We'll swear you in.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Have a seat over here.
Can you see and hear me?
Yes, again.
Oh, okay. Can you please state your name for the jury?
My name is Corey Strawbauer.
Do you have an occupation?
I do.
What is that occupation?
Currently with the state of Wisconsin, I work with the EMS section as the state community EMS coordinator.
You're the EMS coordinator now. Were you employed in 2019?
Under Tri-State Ambulance, yes, but not under state.
So you were working for Tri-State Ambulance. Did I hear that right?
Correct.
Is the microphone, can you test the microphone?
Yeah, I'll tell you what, we're having a little problem with it. Just try to get close to it.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Oh, there, perfect.
Yeah.
If you do it like that, I won't have to ask you to speak up. I appreciate it. For your employment, do you have any special education or training for that?
Yes, so paramedic at the time would have been a 1-year fast track program. Typically takes about 9 months and then clinicals. So I did that down at Madison College. Before that, I was an EMT for about 9 years, which was about a semester-long course, and then another semester for advanced EMT. So I did progress from EMT, advanced EMT to paramedic.
And in 2019, you were an EMT or a paramedic?
I was a paramedic.
What is the difference?
There's a lot more that you can do in terms of advanced cardiac life support. So different medications, advanced skills, basically just more advanced skills and practice, and then just being able to go through different things, algorithms.
Now, I guess when you're a paramedic are you like on duty? Do you have regular hours, or how does that work?
Well, that varies depending on where you're at. With Tri-State, I was a full-time employee. I was on a power truck working 12-hour shifts. It was usually 2 days on. I think it was 2 days off, and then 3 days on, 2 days off. So it varied quite a bit.
Were you either working or on call or on duty on the morning of February 23rd, 2019?
I was just coming on duty at 6 o'clock that morning.
Did you receive a call for service of some kind?
Our dispatch did page out for a call at that time.
Not this particular call, but when you get a call, any call, I guess, what are the kinds of things that occur or happen before responding to a location?
So with Tri-State, we have a paging system. It'll alert us. It's our medical communications dispatch. They tell us nature of the call, usually just a quick glance, whether it be a fall, cardiac arrest, unknown, and then they'll give us an address. Sometimes they get more information ahead of time. Other times they'll tell us while we're en route.
So you do get some advance notice of what you're getting into, or did I hear that right?
Most of the time.
Okay. And are you familiar, typically, again, this is general calls, not this call, where that information kind of comes from?
Where the information comes from specifically?
Yep, for the call.
So it varies. Dispatch usually gets some caller, whether it be a family member, a bystander, or could even be a third party. So example would be life alert. Someone hits a button, that company gets the alert, and they pass on to dispatch and on to us.
So information from an emergency call for services?
What's that?
Like an emergency call for services or of some variety, is that fair or?
Correct.
Does what information you receive affect your preparation or what you do before you get to the scene?
Yes, it does. Depending on what we receive, my partner and I will usually start thinking about all the different things that could be wrong, what we're going to do, who we're going to talk to, just start planning ahead from the time that we get to on scene to the time that we're loading up, as well as notifying the hospital if necessary ahead of time.
Now, are you considered, or the description you're talking about of what you were employed as and do and were trained to do, are you considered a first responder, or is that something different?
So first responder is kind of a general term. Anyone that responds to a scene, I usually refer to it as a first responder, so people that are there prior to EMS arrival.
Okay. What is it? Do you know what a first responder does generally? Do you interact with that group at all?
Yep. So first responders in this area that we generally respond with, they are at EMR, emergency medical responder level. They get the call right away. They're usually within the area and respond directly to the scene and do mostly like BLS care.
So now I'm moving to the particular call that you mentioned that you got on February 23rd, 2019. Do you remember what time you got that call?
Not without looking at the report. It was that morning, I know that.
Did you write a report?
I was not the one who wrote the report. It would have been my partner.
Okay. I guess then who is your partner on that day?
So that day it was Dan Manigal, who was also a paramedic.
Can you spell that for the court reporter?
Daniel. So Daniel, D-A-N-I-E-L, Manigal, M-A-N-N-I-G-E-L, I believe.
So you indicated that you believe he wrote the report that day?
Correct.
Would you need to refresh your memory, not just in regards to the exact time you got the call, but to how long it took you to get on scene?
Yeah, I would, just to confirm.
The report that Dan Manigault prepared, do you have any involvement in that? I mean, do you review it or sign it or anything like that?
Yep, I am a co-signer.
Okay. Would seeing a copy of that report help refresh your memory?
It would.
Exhibit number 62.
I am handing Stoer what has been marked as exhibit 62. Please let me know when you've had a chance to review it. For a bit of detail again, please let me know what it is you'd like to review. Otherwise, I'm going to keep Exhibit 62 up here so that you're not reading from it.
Okay.
Now that you've seen the report, does that refresh your memory as to the time?
Yep.
Can you tell us when you got the call that day?
It would have been 6:31 that morning.
And do you know when you arrived on scene?
We arrived at 6:41 a.m.
So, is that 11 minutes?
10.
10.
10 minutes and then 1 minute to the patient.
1 minute left.
1 minute to the patient.
And did you or Mr. Manigault drive?
I would have been the driver that day.
Do you know where you would have been coming from?
That would have been Station 5 up in, right off of OT, up by Onalaska, Holman area.
OT, is that the highway or roadway or?
That's the cross, so it's OT and 53, so right north of the McDonald's up there.
Station 5, is that a hospital or is that I guess what is Station 5?
So Station 5, we have different stations throughout the city. We have a south side, which is Station 2. Rock is our central location, and then Station 5 is our north side location. It's just an ambulance bay with quarters, houses 2 trucks, typically.
And when you say we, are you referring to Tri-State?
Correct.
Do you recall anything about road conditions on your way there?
Relevance. I think we've been over this with the officers. I guess I'm not sure what the state's getting at.
I'll allow the question. These questions have been asked before. Go ahead.
So that day there was snow around. Road conditions were not that bad.
They were not.
Correct.
So the road conditions that day, did they or did they not impact how long it took you to get on scene?
We have awareness for any time there's snow on the ground, but it did not impact the time to get to the scene.
What did you do when you got, I keep referring to on scene, I'm referring to the residence you went to. What did you do when you got there?
So, being the driver, I got there, put in park, and went back to start getting the equipment. My partner met with, I couldn't tell you any off the top of my head who we met with. It was either law enforcement or first responders or possibly both at the same time, and started discussing what was going on scene while I was getting equipment ready.
When you say equipment, what kind of equipment are we talking about?
In that case, from what we heard and what we were prepped for, backboard, monitor, and our jump bags for medication and advanced airway.
Do you recall what you knew going into this particular scene on this particular time?
It was a person that was down, not breathing, so we'd call that a code.
A what?
Code, cardiac arrest.
In the situation you just described, what do you do?
From the time that we get there, we'll go on scene, get to the patient, and start going through our algorithms, generally ABCs, airway, breathing, circulation, and just start working from there. So basic CPR, and then working our way. As we get further along, we'll do ACLS, which should be your advanced cardiac life supporting measures, so IV, medications, and defibrillation.
These algorithms that you just talked about, is that something you're trained to do?
Yes, it is.
I guess, is that something that all paramedics are trained to do?
Yeah.
Are you able to answer that question?
No, I don't believe I can answer that. I would anticipate that every paramedic and EMT would be trained that in a training center, but I can never guarantee that.
So what did you do after, I guess you get there, you get the equipment out, what happens next?
So my partner was already walking towards the patient. Are you talking the specific call?
Yes.
So he was walking up towards the patient. He was told by law enforcement to follow them very specifically, not to make extra trails or stepping out of place. I followed right behind with the monitor and equipment, and just got to the patient and started doing our first initial check. So that would have been checking for a pulse, just signs of life, anything like that.
Did you notice any signs of life?
Not initially, no.
Can you tell us what observations you made as you were doing what you just described?
So the patient's face was covered in snow. When we cleared the face off, there was some blood on the face, by the ears, and eyes were glossed over, very, very cold at the touch, and rigor at that point seemed to have set in.
I'm not asking about this person. If a patient at this address were alive, breathing, however, I guess, where would you have taken that person? Or what would you have done next?
Sustain.
Are you familiar with what a hemothorax is?
I am.
What can you tell us about that, generally?
Relevance.
Sustained, go ahead with your next question.
What kind of equipment does your ambulance have?
So our ambulance will have typical equipment, so cot, scoop stretchers, different types of patient extrication equipment, a whole slew of different medications. Because we're a paramedic, or Tri-State's paramedic level service, we are carrying advanced level medications, different types of breathing equipment, monitoring equipment. Yeah.
If a patient had blood or air compression in the chest,
Judge, objection, relevance.
Right. I'm going to give him some leeway. Go ahead and ask this question generally.
generally, if a patient had a air or blood compression in the chest cavity, what would you do in that situation? Or can you do anything? And if the answer is yes, what would you do?
And Judge, again, preserve the record, same objection.
In his field, he can answer, but only in that area. Go ahead.
So, as a paramedic, for any type of trauma like that, it would be chest needle decompression is what we would be able to do. And then further would be a chest tube, which we wouldn't be able to do, but we can take as a transporting an interfacility.
Can you tell us what that is?
Objection, relevance.
I'm going to sustain the objection. This is getting, sustained from my prior ruling earlier. Go ahead.
Are you familiar with where the nearest trauma center is in location to this particular scene?
Judge, again, objection. Put a sidebar on this.
No, sustained. Keep on going.
No further questions.
All right.
Go Crosse.
All right. Thank you. You may step down. I'll call your next witness.
Your Honor, I am going to need a break to get the evidence.
Okay. 10 minutes?
That should be fine.
All right. Take a break for 10 minutes, then we'll grab what we need. See you back in.
Take audio off.
Oh, yeah. I'll
All right, let's call the next witness.
State called investigator Tony Haug.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Exhibit number 63, Mark.
Good afternoon. Can you state your name, please?
Anthony Haug, H-A-U-G.
And how are you employed?
I'm an investigator for the Homeland Police Department
And how long have you been a law enforcement officer?
since 2008.
And how long have you been an investigator?
Since April of last year.
Now, in the course of your duties as a law enforcement officer, what were your duties in February of 2019?
I was a patrol officer.
Did you have any specialized training or experience in regards to cellular telephones and data?
Yep, I've been on the Cooley Region Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force since 2012, and as part of that, I'm a Celebrate cell phone analyst.
How do you spell Celebrate?
Cellebrite.
So, can you explain for the jury what training you have to be a Celebrite phone analyst?
So I went through a week-long training that's hosted by Celebrate, and it's to become a certified, they call it a certified physical analyzer, but it's a training that they teach us how to use their software and hardware to extract data out of cell phones.
So you touched on this. So Celebrate is both a software program and you said hardware?
Yes. Yeah, they provide software, and then there's equipment that you have to use to extract the data.
And do you undergo updated training?
Not particularly, more so through when they release updates and things like that, just downloading the phones and practicing that way.
Could you describe the process of what does Celebrate do?
So Celebrate as a whole is a program that will analyze the data or extract it out of cell phones. They have the equipment that we use, it has a write blocker built into it, so that's something that stops the software doesn't write anything to the device. It only takes the data from the device and saves it to a computer, and then puts it into a program that we can look at the data and make it easier to understand.
So to rephrase what you just said, it does not alter the data or change the phone in any way?
Correct. It just takes the data and makes it more user-friendly.
And when you're talking about data, what data can you expect to find on a cellular telephone?
Text messages, photographs, emails, web search history, social media, things like that.
When you're talking about text messages, does that include things like instant messaging, Facebook Messenger, like all of
Correct.
those message programs?
Correct.
Fair to say call logs would also be something that's
Yes.
contained in there? Once you has the technology for Celebrate changed over the course of the last 4.5 years?
Quite drastically. They release a new update every month because technology is ever changing. The apps out there in the world are ever changing. Facebook constantly updates, Snapchat, things like that. They have to change their apps or their program to be able to read that data. And so sometimes, depending on the time of year and where things are at with their updates, we may get some data, we may not get any, and then we could potentially look at the phone months or years down the road and get additional data that we weren't able to get previously just because of advancements in the technology.
Are there different versions of the program?
There's the Celebrate Reader version, which is free to anybody, that they can take the data that I extract and put it into that program and open it on a normal computer and look at it the same screen or the same way that it shows up from Celebrate, but they don't have access to the tools to extract a phone. Then there's the main version of Celebrate that is what I have, that you can download things or, you know, extract the phones, download the data. And then there's a premium version that I don't have that's a fairly expensive program, and that allows more of like unlocking devices that are locked and things like that.
Now, turning your attention to February 23rd of 2019, during the morning hours, were you asked to extract data from any cellular telephones?
Yes.
What were the circumstances that you were asked to do this?
I was contacted by Sergeant Zimmerman from the Sheriff's Department, and he asked if I could come in and extract some cell phones that they had reference incident up on County Road W, I believe.
And you're referring to, is that John Zimmerman?
Yes.
And do you recall if he was a captain at the time or not?
I can't remember.
Okay. Do you recall how many telephones or cellular telephones that you were requested to download data?
2.
Was one of those belonging to Lori Phillips?
Yes.
And did you have consent, Ms. Phillips' consent, to extract the data from her phone?
That's what I was told, yes.
So can you just describe the process once you were given the phone with Ms. Phillips' consent, what you did?
So we put the phone into airplane mode just so that no other data comes in or anything like that. It doesn't interfere with the process. And then any lock on the phone needs to be turned off just so that it doesn't interfere with the process when the phone has to restart or anything like that. Once that's done, we hook the phone into the Celebrate device, and then through Celebrate, it's just a series of buttons that I have to push to get it to the right part of the program, and then I start the extraction and it downloads the data from the phone.
And what do you do with the data from there?
So I save it to a device on my computer that's separate storage from the rest of the police department. And then I convert one version of, or one set of the files to the UFED reader report, it's called. It's the Celebrate reader report that is the version that anybody can open so that we can give it to the officers that are asking for the extraction, and then they can take it back to their office and go through it. And then I keep the original files stored on that storage device at the police department.
Why do you keep that information filed separately from the rest of the police computers?
A lot of what I have to do, it deals with child pornography, so we don't want it on the server with the
rest of the police department, and so it's kind of its own separate server because it's evidence. We keep it. It's stored in our evidence room and backed up and secured, so that's.
And just to be clear, we're not talking about child pornography in this case.
Correct.
All right. So you recall doing that with Ms. Phillips' phone?
Yes.
And did you do that with Mark Phillips' phone as well?
Yes.
Did you do any analysis of the data that was on the phone?
I just look to make sure that the extraction opens properly, and then from there I turn it over to the investigators.
And is that typically on like a USB drive?
Yes.
And do you make any changes or alterations to the data before you do that?
No.
Show you what's been marked as States Exhibit number 63. USB drive. Did you, are you familiar with the contents on that USB drive?
Yeah, it should be the report, the reader report.
For both phones?
This would be, yeah, I believe so.
And let me ask another question about the reader report. What formats can you look at? I'm sorry, let me ask this. Can you pull out other reports from that reader report?
So you can use the reader report to generate, you can, like an investigator can go in that report, in that program. It's a whole interface that's just for Celebrate. And so an investigator can go in there and they can mark items as evidence, or if they're items of interest, or they can label them kind of whatever they want. And then you can generate a PDF file or a Word document or another Celebrate reader report that only has the items of interest you want, or you can regenerate the report with everything.
Now, you mentioned earlier the types of data that are contained in the phone. And generally, is there other data that's attached to things like text messages or photos, emails, that sort of thing?
Are you talking kind of like exit data? There's like a photo that's taken with a cell phone. If the GPS is turned on, it will log, generally will log the GPS data where the photo was taken, or, you know, it'll put a timestamp on it, things like that.
Timestamp or GPS location?
Yep.
Are those things called metadata?
Metadata, yes.
Okay. And so in addition to the actual texts, you can find out when they were sent or when they were received?
Correct.
So with the reader version, is there any way for any users or investigators to change or alter the data through that reader interface?
Not that I'm aware of.
Your Honor, subject to further admissibility of contents, I am moving Exhibit 63 into evidence. That I'm not, other items will need, things that are extracted will need to determine the admissibility.
I guess subject to the pretrial stipulations on particularly admissible items, no objection, but obviously reserving the right to object to anything not subject to the pretrial admission.
Reserved will be received for that limited purpose.
I have nothing further.
Crosse?
Investigator Haug, at some point in the last few weeks were you asked to revise the data that was provided to the parties from your Cellbrite search or search through a different parameter for us?
No.
Okay. And did you examine the results at all of the snowbank data that you retrieved?
No.
And to your knowledge, Ms. Phillips had entirely consented to downloading the entire contents of her cell phone?
Yes.
Had provided the code to unlock that phone?
Yes.
And he voluntarily turned over the phone to your knowledge?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Any redirect?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's step down.
Your Honor, I'm not going to require him to remain here, but I am going to keep Investigator Haug pursuant to my subpoena just in case we need to recall him.
Okay, that's fine. You
And-
don't, yeah, go ahead.
As long as we're talking about that, may we release Grabauer from his subpoena?
Yes.
Yeah, he can be released from his subpoena too. Well, also, any other witnesses we can do this morning or this afternoon? What day is it, anyway?
So,
We only have, yeah. So we've decided to give you a break today. We're not going to do any more witnesses this afternoon. Well, I remember what time of day it is at some point. Tomorrow, just again, be here about 8:30. We'll start at 8:45. Essentially, as soon as you're ready, and if we have everything ready to go, we'll start. One thing I do want to tell you tomorrow is we may go a little bit more into the noon hour to try to get some more information, because I have a hearing from 1 to 1:30 tomorrow that I have to do because of certain time limits. But then we'll start the trial right up after that. So just to give you a heads up that might happen tomorrow. If there's any questions, you have any questions, of course, Terry and Kevin can answer those for you. Please don't talk about the case, and don't look at any of the media that's out there. There's a little bit more media than, well, there's some media out there, so please don't look at it. It might be in the paper. Just ignore the paper for this week, and then you can read them later on. Otherwise, we will see you tomorrow morning.